We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. The National Theatre, Igomu. Built during the military regime of Olusegun Obasanjo and finished in the time for the Second World Festival of Black Arts and Culture, Festac, in 1977. The theatre holds amazing treasures and memories. The artworks fill everyone with pride. The National Arts Theatre is visible from the motorway which connects Lagos Island and the mainland. The National Theatre is packed with the artworks of a legendary contemporary Nigerian artist, stained glass walls by Yusuf Grillo, sculptures and murals by Lamidi Fakeye, Erabo Emopai, and many others. It was put to full use for a month as one of the 4 venues of the Second World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture, tagged Festac 77. The complex hosted 16,000 participants from 56 African countries and the diaspora in an unprecedented showcase of African music, fine art, literature, drama, dance, and religion. The National Art Theatre was built and designed by Techno Expert Stroll, a Bulgarian company mirroring the Palace of Culture and Sports in Varna, Bulgaria. Completed in 1976, the building is one of the largest and most beautiful of its kind on the African continent. It consists of a central hall with 5,000 seats, a collapsible stage that can be quickly rebuilt, a conference hall with 1,600 seats, 2 large exhibition halls, and 2 cinemas with 800 seats each. The theatre complex has a dressing room for artists, a garage, offices, coffee bars, and a buffet. It has indoor TV and radio systems, as well as booths with facilities for simultaneous translation of languages and hectares of large green lawn around. The majestic structure sits in Igomu like a quiet mountain, mesmerizing visitors and passers-by. The National Theatre, Souq Enlightenment. Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Marse Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots, and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red eagles, symbols of strength and dignity. Our historic neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral. Tafawa Balewa Square hosted some of the country's memorable events, such as the Independence Day in 1960, when Nigeria gained independence from Britain, the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, which is celebrated annually on January 15. The edifice is a national cultural asset. Tafawa Balewa Square, Souq Enlightenment.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrosely University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Owner of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Heirs Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
Rebranded. Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content, and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep it for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is Souq business landscape. Hello and welcome to your regular drunk. This is SBL and welcome to Souq business landscape. My name is Souq, John Rogers Souq, and it's very good to have you with us today. On today's episode, we will be looking at some important updates affecting Nigeria, not just Nigeria. Africa, our economy, development, and certain beautiful things. We will start with infrastructure. Yes, you heard me very well. Edo State is where we'll be heading to. Now, there is this particular bird that flew in and told us that somebody somewhere wants to borrow 100 billion. You heard it. It's called Borrow. Support project keys. Now, we'll kind of dissect that, talk about it. We also heard about the nursing school. So you need to hang in there. Then we'll get to oil and gas. What is happening there? We are supposed to be making a whole lot of money thanks to what is happening with Israel and Iran. But as we speak, Nigerian refineries are still not working. How did we cross borders? We will find out. We also get to spend some time and tell us about this particular anger and corruption that has to do with what is being investigated by oil marketers. Prices go up, crude go up. Should our own prices also go up? Now we are being told that fuel, PMS, petrol as we call it on this side, will sell for more than 1,000. Some pump stations are selling that already. They didn't even tell you when that price went up. We also talk about that. What should government do and where should we be going to? There are several good news that we also get to discuss here. There's a deal with Nigeria, Brazil. And we also have this particular thing churning up between Nigeria and India. You hear all that here. So you don't need to go anywhere. But before we get to the nitty-gritty, one of this, I have the best set of human beings you have on this side of the earth. You heard me right. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please join me as I welcome to Souq Business Landscape to you for us today from my utmost left, the handsome Emmanuel.
Put on
Oh, apologies.
The honorable
honorable. Very nice to be here once again to share and, of course, bring spotlight into these issues.
Very nice to be here. Yes. Then on my I won't say far right, but he's always taking the right side of the divide. Please join me as I welcome Priye. Priye, how you doing?
Hello, Mr. Chooks. Hello, Obalende. Hello, Emmanuel. It's good to be here with you again today.
I don't know, for those of you that read this particular book in secondary school, I just keep remembering that say the beautiful words are not yet born.
I knew that
guy is a lie.
I knew that was the book he was going.
But you know it's a lie, right?
I don't know.
The beautiful ones are here with us.
Well,
So join me as I welcome Bola to SBL today.
so I'm the beautiful one.
Raise up now.
It's good to be here. It's good for us to talk about. I think the beautiful ones have been born. I just believe that some unbeautiful ones are not allowing the beautiful ones to shine.
No, then they said the beautiful ones are not yet born, so the class will echo and the ugly ones refuse to die. Okay.
He said it. We didn't say it. He said it.
Well, everybody represent their constituency.
As an honorable, I was trying to stay on the right side this time.
Okay, it's good. So let's get straight into the first story of the day. So we also want to use this opportunity to say thank you to every crew person, every camera person, everyone editing, those in the MCL. You guys are doing great. We're not also forgetting Chike. He's eyeballing me somehow. Now let's get straight to that 100 billion issue. Edo State is seeking. Now, I want you to circle that particular word, seeking, but we're going to ask that question later. Seeking 100 billion loan from First Bank, also circle that bank, First Bank to be precise, to finance various infrastructure projects across the states. This particular news was disclosed in a letter that was signed by the secretary to the state government, Umar. And he sent this particular letter to the House of Assembly. The Speaker, Blessing, read and requested during plenary that lawmakers at the committee should sign. Now, the committee of a whole gave their approval describing the loan, in quote, loan, as an essential to completing ongoing infrastructure work. Put that, the lot of quotes is going to come into this. Now, the clerk of the House was directly directed to forward the approval resolution to the governor for immediate implementation. Now, let's go back. For immediate implementation. But the first word they used there was seeking. Does that kind of tell us that, okay, this is just for information sake? We don't collect this money. Approval don't they already? I'm looking at the wording and asking myself.
I think they're seeking the loan. They've gotten the approval. It's the loan that they are seeking. They've gotten the approval to seek.
And they're just trying to follow due process.
Follow due process, but they're sending the governor to sign. When the bank never give them the money, is it possible?
No, don't worry about that.
I shouldn't worry about that. Okay, now let's get back to this particular question.
But I think yes, due process demands that when a governor or even the president wants to get a loan,
he
writes to the
Assembly,
to the House of Assembly.
I want to
the purpose for which that loan is going to be used. That we want in order to get a nod or an approval from the House. So in the case when
that's
the House,
what's happening here.
Yes, that's what's
exactly. He has gotten approval to go and borrow.
No. I think he sought the permission of the House. So you can see the speaker
after seeking the loan from the bank.
No. I don't think he has sought the loan from the bank.
And the House has given him
I think that was done concurrently.
I think Chooks tried to be mischievous here. Follow the process. Follow the process. And follow the process.
Okay, while they are following this process, let's answer this particular question. The governor is a new governor. It's barely a year. Are you trying to tell us that the administration that is barely a year is hands in pockets going to look for money? What happened to the money the president is supposed to leave behind?
We are more concerned with the ongoing projects. Is it the ones he met or the ones he's about to start?
So it's looking like it's what he wants to start.
Because they said ongoing projects.
So it's the one he met on ground. The one you say ongoing project.
Okay.
Obviously. Is there a budget for 2025 or not? So
let's start with Priye.
Sometimes
you seem to be in the know.
Well, I just from the information you got from what we've seen. First of all, if they said ongoing project, obviously there are projects that have been on ground. Probably some of them could have been on ground before he got into office. Others he had already started and probably needs finishing. And so those are the loans he's seeking. However, one thing that I'm concerned about is the joy, the
The speed
with which the House of Assembly is granting that loan, and the speaker
Granting
is
the approval for
granting
the
the approval for the loan, and is at the same time.
You are speaking from a banker's perspective.
Yes, because the money may not be there.
He's telling the people, he's telling the honorable members, I mean, he's directing the relevant committee in the House to make sure that they append their signature and send it back to the government, because they need to be, the governor himself rather, need to append his signature by way of assenting. So the thing is, whilst they are so forthcoming,
you are saying it like, are you within the government?
No, it's obviously there. I think the story just, you're just there. You could see everything.
Story tells itself.
So yes. So the thing is, since they were forthcoming in doing that,
okay,
they should also take it upon themselves as the responsibility.
Okay.
The relevant committee that has been saddled with the responsibility of overseeing those projects in agriculture, because there will be a ministry of agriculture, like the commission of agriculture in Edo State.
For him, they are talking about the School of Nursing.
The School of Nursing is part of the project.
Okay.
Because the projects they are spread. So the Ministry of Health also will be involved, because the School of Nursing is there. Okay. Then the Ministry of Education
as well
will be there. So those relevant committees in the House of Assembly should make sure they are on their toes. That this 100 billion naira that the governor sought from First Bank, okay, how much are we giving to nursing, to that? How much are we giving to?
I was going there because
how much are we giving here?
No.
Sorry, you tell me
that information is not there.
100 billion for the School of Nursing.
No.
For other things.
Oh, no, they didn't tell us, John. They didn't tell us.
Let me answer another question. Now, somebody else started this project.
Yes.
Which project?
This project that money is being collected.
There are many projects.
There are many projects in it.
The ongoing
This
project.
particular ongoing project.
Ongoing project.
Be it X or the XX.
The ongoing project.
Dear Emmanuel, Honorable Emmanuel,
Yes.
apologies once again. When these projects were started,
Yes.
budgets were made for this project.
Yes.
What happened to those budgets?
Money may not be available. Okay.
Yeah, no, because this explanation always comes up anytime budgets happen. Budgets this is the money I need. It's not necessarily saying the money is there.
Available.
Yes. The money may not be available.
I'm budgeting this amount. I need it to do this project.
Did they
It's
retire
not there be there. Now, Edo State, by virtue of statistics that will come out from MBS, every year the max they get as IGR in a year is 44 billion. 44 billion naira
in a year.
Naira. In a year.
In a month? No, it can't be in a year.
Check.
It can't be in a year.
No, hang on. Wait, don't worry.
Hope you know Edo State is oil producing.
I said,
No, when has that ever been anything for any state?
It has. There's a bit of derivation they get.
That's a little bit.
Yeah.
The 13%.
Okay. So let's
Derivation fund.
So this is where we are. Why I gave that analysis figure is when you put revenue to debt profile, right? It's now from what Nigerian Bureau of Statistics brought out as at the December 2024 last, because this was really together. They said their debt profile is about 116.
Who for Edo State?
For Edo State, 116. That's the debt that they have. So when your IGR in a quarter,
that billion, right?
Yeah, billion, yeah. And then your IGR in a quarter gives you about 44 billion. So in a quarter.
Okay.
44 billion. So you're not looking at. So I have to clarify. It was in a quarter. First quarter of 2025. So you know there's already a gap. So they're asking for 100 billion. Because when you put 100 billion with the money we already have as IGR, it gives you 144. It eclipses the 116. Because it means you now have change. 144 minus 116, you now have change.
Honorable, can you turn off your microphone, please? Now, Honorable, as you are bringing light to this, let's tell us also, as they've got to the State Assembly to get approval for this.
Yes.
Did they also tell us how they're going to repay back?
Now, essentially,
don't speak grammar, just hit the
when
he's not speaking for the Edo State.
When I look at this person.
He's asking if they told us, but they did not.
They didn't tell us.
It's not
But let's do it like this. So states.
Let's do it like this.
Let me explain it like this.
Okay, better.
So states are allowed to incur debts. Debt is not a problem. Every time, even the president tells us, debt is not a problem.
Like seriously.
It's
You can now. That's why you have the debt
if you collect
revenue
ratio, it's not a problem.
Yes.
Even the US has more debt than almost every country. And everybody is still looking at them as a superpower.
Yeah.
But the thing is, if you tie these loans that you collect to projects that eventually will become something that you can do in the economy, you understand? So nobody should have a problem. Nobody should have a problem with that. Why I feel this 100 billion they might come back to ask for more is they are tying that money. Yes, they are tying that money to not just ongoing projects but to new ones. This nursing loan is a new project.
It's a new project.
No, hold on.
Hold on your microphone. Now I'm coming to you, Bola. Now
they just established a bill to. Oh, sorry, they just passed a bill to establish the School of Nursing. That's all as regards the School of Nursing. It wasn't mentioned. It wasn't mentioned if there's any funds that's been set aside.
Come back again to ask for more money. That I said they'll come back to ask for more money again.
Okay.
All right.
Dear, should I go with honorable or?
I'm honor. I have honor. I have integrity.
Thank you very much. Now you're also very curious.
I'm very curious.
Okay. Now let's get to this. The federal government under this present administration wants $1 trillion economy, and they are telling banks to recapitalize. The base is 500 billion. Now, in the last time we checked, the only two banks that have met that, and that happens to be Zenith and Access Bank. Now we are seeing now we are seeing a first bank that wants to loan a state 100 billion, when we know states are bad debtors.
Especially this state that currently owes over $500 billion, both domestic and international.
Dear Honorable Bola, how is this 100 billion from First Bank? How is it visible?
Is your fear that it will liquidate the bank?
I'm just asking someone that has a lot of experience.
Okay. In what?
In the banking sector.
No, in borrowing. The truth of the matter is, for states, giving loans to states is very, very
risky.
It's quite risky. That's the truth of it. States, federal government, of course, yes, they have so many places with which they can, borrow from and all of that. But states, especially states that, their IGR is not so solid, they're still, Edo State has actually been doing well. I mean, when they were having a conversation as regards which states cannot pay the minimum wage or not, which one can afford to pay, which one cannot afford to pay, Edo State has actually been doing well. But then, with over 500 billion in debt, as that, when they want to borrow this particular 100 billion, and whether or not First Bank can afford it, I don't think that should be a problem.
Okay. In this age of recapitalization?
No, I don't think that should be a problem. And I don't think that First Bank would ever struggle to meet that.
No, I don't think so. Too.
I don't think First Bank
cannot.
I don't think First Bank, if they've not declared yet, it's probably because maybe they are in talks to absorb some other banks. Maybe there's liquidation, maybe there's merger talks, acquisition talks are ongoing, and that's why they have not yet come out to say, hey, we are ready. But I can assure you that First Bank is not one of those banks that will struggle, to get that the CBN money. So, given those 800 billion, believe me, you, we define that it's not a problem for First Bank.
Yeah, okay.
I'm just more concerned for the states.
Okay,
first of all, afford it.
What Emmanuel said, I already have that one in mind, that they are going to come back. Probably this time not to the same bank. yes, not the same bank. One. Two, the thing is, those projects, those committees must be like probing those. You must use that money for which it was allocated for that. Is it for that housing, for the nursing? For nursing, I'm just mentioning part of it. So for education, for infrastructure, whatever it is,
borrowed for.
Yes. Let it be
used
for that purpose. Because if it is not used for that purpose, then it's become a loss. Number one, I would want to ask if Mr. Sani Uba of Kaduna State was able to do all he did for 2 years. Yeah. I think Edo State should match that.
It's an oil-producing state.
I think Edo State should match that, if not exceed it.
Did Sani Uba go borrowing?
Well, I've not really gone into the mood for that. Most likely you will.
They borrowed.
I think to sum it up here, what the Edo State government...
and somebody is still owing them, so they still have 400 and something, allegedly, they still have 400 and something million.
So I think at
from
this
that
point,
panel.
I think at this point, where Edo State should stand is, they need to now grow public trust. Okay, we are taking this money, everybody trusts us that we're going to use this money for it. If they can just emphasize that, this 100 billion, we will not squander it, we will keep up to date of everything that is happening with this money. Anytime we spend, this is who is taking the money, this is the contractor for a particular job. The communities can monitor these projects. I think that one, nobody will be afraid.
Okay, while we know Edo State is the home of the paramount ruler, the Oba of Benin, and he's well revered down there, and there are a whole lot of red and palm oil stuff there. You can make sure things work. We'll move straight to the next.
He shocked me too.
To the next story.
Yeah.
And this has to do with the Port Harcourt refinery. Now,
Finally,
this beautiful Port Harcourt refinery of ours, it remains inactive. Whew. Now, for more than a month after it was shut down, after we were told it's technically working.
mechanically
working.
Choice of words important.
Right now, it's almost like electronically working. Despite assurance that it would resume operations within 30 days, 6 months earlier, the facility is still not working. And then we were told it was 100% working. They were told it was 70% working. Capacity this, capacity that, rehabilitation here. But industry stakeholders now say the repair was incomplete. Since when? By who? From where? Now, with key components like the petrol blending units missing, this is where we need to start talking. Similar concerns are also being raised about the Warri refinery, which also shut down shortly after it was relaunched. The shutdowns have intensified calls from oil marketers and private sector players for the immediate privatization of Nigeria's state-run refineries, citing inefficiency and mismanagement. That is serious matter. Now, we all know that the EFCC is probing the $7.2 billion, let me say it again, $7.2 billion disbursed for the turnaround maintenance of Port Harcourt, Warri, and Kaduna refineries. Turnaround maintenance for refineries that were not even working in the first place. Several senior officers and officials, including former NNPC CFO Umar Issa, are under investigation. Okay, they are not locked yet, for alleged corruption, diversion of funds, and abuse of office. Dear ladies and gentlemen, men of God, when are we going to start telling ourselves some basic truth?
Well, first off, I'm not happy with whenever I hear that the Port Harcourt refinery is not active. I'm not happy, because it is one way or the other active. Because there are members of staff there that are receiving salaries.
No. So that's some activity.
There's some activity.
Okay.
Yes, because there are people who drive there in the morning and leave in the evening. I don't know what they do there, but they are going there. So there's some sort of activity going on there.
You have to keep the machines from rusting. The oil.
Well,
I have no words to say to that. But the truth of the matter is, when the whole, some 2 years or so, because it was 2023 December, they came forth and said, we're mechanically, ready, we're ready to go all out. And then they kept pushing until finally sometime last year, I think October or thereabout, they said, yes, we are finally refining. And everybody was excited.
70%.
Well,
that's what they said.
And then the question came up as regards were they refining or were they blending? What exactly were they doing there? And then there was also reports coming from the community members saying that there's nothing happening here. And then what we are hearing on the outside is that there's work going on there. And then the last thing we heard was that 200,000 liters or 200 million liters or so, I don't know, 2-something liters of barrels of oil, came out of that refinery. Whether it was blended there or it was refined there, that's a big question, that we also have there. So as regards maintenance, as regards turnaround maintenance, as regards rehabilitation, That's semantics, actually. So are we rehabilitating or we are maintaining? Because that's another issue that we also need to focus on. Are we rehabilitating or we are maintaining? What exactly is going on at our refineries? These are big questions.
These are questions that you are looking for answers.
Yes.
Okay.
Let me come
to you. 2023, Nigeria spent 25 billion, in the last 10 years before 2023, 25 billion on these refineries.
Yeah. Monthly.
As at 2023, we're still importing every one of the components that that we're supposed to be refining those refineries. Should we be asking for the heads of every single person that has headed that operation?
Yeah, because as at now, the problem with NNPC is no longer technical. It is now governance. At this point, it's not whether the NNPC machines are working, because they can work if they put in the right people there and then the commitment. But as it is, it's governance, it's planning. Because since, let's even try to be recent, 2015, 2016, 20 to 2019, you'll be surprised that with the amount of money that we have spent, you don't even have things that are coming out of it. Just like Bola rightly said, there's blending. Today they'll tell you it's a refinery. Whatever name they want to call it. At the end of the day, we are still importing. So like you asked, truly, right now, thank God the EFCC has started probing the executives. When you let them go scot-free, they feel like this is business as usual. But we can tell them no, because this is public money. This is public trust. Because, funny enough, I think I was one of the people that said, oh, thank God, though, the refineries are now coming on. I was even on Twitter, okay, X, sorry, that's what they call it now. And I was arguing like, yeah, those of you who felt Nigeria will not get back up again, there's now proof. And then now they're making me look like an idiot, because all the people that was fighting
for them look like
an idiot.
Okay, let's pause on that particular thing. You are not an idiot.
I know, of course, I'm not.
Dear Priye, you don't need to hold your cheek.
I think we should hold Priye responsible.
That's exactly.
Did you do PR too? I hope it did not do PR too.
That's exactly where I'm heading to, because I wish doctor was here.
I hope we did not do PR too, because I felt embarrassed.
Now,
he did. I can assure you that he did.
Also in the same period when these monies were spent, we had Dangote build a refinery for less than that. Less than 25 billion. Now, to this 25 billion, also add the 7.4 billion.
How many years was 25 billion?
You said
how many years?
At least in 2015.
In 1 year.
This money was spent in 10 years.
10 years?
No.
2015,
2015, billion in 10 years.
Yes.
No.
And that's in dollars.
No.
That's in dollars.
No.
That's in dollars.
We've not added the
That's
7.
not in naira. It's in
7.2. That's 7.2
is in dollars.
Yes.
Because
the one that got us here.
This particular 25 is
billion.
10 years before 2023.
Okay.
Not.
So we start from 2013 to 2023. That's 10 years.
That's 10 years, yes.
Now, after 2023, another 7 points.
Entered, yes.
Spent. So, dear Priye, with this humongous amount that could have built 2 refineries.
Brand new.
Thank you for...
Now, if we go by the standard of Dangote, you can't build 2, you can just build 1.
Okay, even if you just have.
Even if it's one and there's still another one ongoing.
Yes.
Dear Mr.
Krumale.
From
the Niger
Your
Delta.
Excellency, dear Priye Krumale.
NDDC
At this point in time, do you think the EFCC, ICPC, which other one again? Who should we be holding responsible?
At this point, bring all of them up.
If we calculate those 10 years, politically we can look at 2 administrations.
Okay.
No, look at one and a half administration actually. 1.5 administration. 4 years, then 2 years into another new administration.
Okay.
Yes, so we're looking at 1.5 administration.
Okay.
So if we
when it takes 2 years of Jonathan,
if we look at this, it's very, very easy to know or to see that it is intentional not to make these refineries work. It is very, very strategic and intentional.
So
not to make them work.
Whose intention?
The administrations
that were there.
Yes, those administrations that gave up this money to be spent. Because the reason why I came to the conclusion that it's just not just in 1 year was because during the Buhari administration, there was a specific year that they actually doled out $1.5 billion.
Yes. Majority of the 25 came during the Buhari
Buhari administration. There was a specific period of time, $1.5 billion, and I was like, okay, $1 billion. Turnaround maintenance for these refineries.
Is the roundabout that big that they're turning around?
At this point, it's like a cooking pot. So you keep spinning and spinning.
Of course, because we
Why are we
know...
maintaining something that is not in use?
So, see, because when we need people to talk about this, you need experts who are in the field. And it was during this conversation that one of the experts came and said, look, hey, we're not even refining, we're blending.
That's of recent.
That's of recent. I think it should be last month. Last month, he came and said, look, we're not even refining, we are blending. That currently we do not have the refining capacity because most of the infrastructure in that refinery, if pill-free is not even taking place. So the thing is this, we are not... It is a racket.
Who should we hold responsible?
The administrations that were responsible for giving out this turnaround maintenance.
Okay. And
who was the minister of
Thank you, Mr. President.
The presidents of those administrations
and the minister,
the minister of state, yes, the minister of state.
No, minister of petroleum.
Yes, now the president. Most of the president served as the minister of petroleum.
Yes, that's right.
Then we now have the minister of state for petroleum resources. Currently, as we speak, is Heineken Lokbobri from Bayelsa State. So, if the Tinubu administration does not, deviate or become different from what his predecessors have done, then we should hold him and Minister Lokbobri.
Okay, when you say deviate, what can be done differently? What can be done differently? When you say deviate, what can he do differently?
From his predecessors, because they spent 25 billion and we're still in this state. Doing it differently is that whenever we are going to spend in this current administration, they have to come out clean.
Okay.
Can I ask
a question?
If he has 8 years, maybe because the way things are going, I don't know. Let me not say anything. But if he has 4 years and he has, even if that is all the legacy that he's going to leave behind, for his administration.
A state refinery?
I don't know. It's an option. Okay. You mentioned the fact that all of this money that we have spent on turnaround has not changed anything. We can rather let's just build them. Let's just start.
But the irony. I remember.
Can I ask a question? Let's now. If we build a new refinery, who are we handing it over to? The same.
That's what I'm saying. But this was. I don't know whether it was a project that started and stopped. The former vice president Osibajo commissioned a couple of modular refineries, smaller ones, that he could have in states.
Those are private initiatives.
That's what I'm saying. Because what you have now, what we have now is a Dangote refinery in smaller places. So people are calling more private refineries rather than you have the states, like when I say state, the country, running refineries for so many years and pumping in money. I think it gives leverage to what Bola was saying. As regards, people are just going there to work. You pay their salaries. And the earnings, but nothing's happening.
Those people
are not that's property.
But the please, the conversation on the modular, what I was driving was the conversation about modular refineries. Okay. Nobody's talking about it anymore. Because he commissioned so many of them. And the essence of it was that
was it that he commissioned or he licensed?
He commissioned them now.
No, commissioned. See, we've talked about this sometime last week or 2 weeks ago.
Sometime in sorry, I'm not that old. But sometime in 1998,
yes.
A president commissioned a library in one of the very big schools.
Yes.
Till today, as we speak, the library is not.
I don't like this.
So we need to really understand. We need to understand where you say commission. What was commissioned?
Yes. So one of the things that can be done differently, because they've muted the idea again of privatizing these refineries. Okay. And of course, Nigerians will come out and say, no, please don't steal states.
Who would collect it?
However, the second thing is, I have been thinking about this for almost a decade.
You want to buy it?
The state governors.
The state governors, okay.
Take over it.
Yeah.
No, just a moment. Just a moment. Just a moment. Okay. You said one of these states are owing what? 500 billion?
Edo State is owing over 500 billion.
What? Naira?
Dollars.
$500 billion.
Rivers is richer than Edo State.
Now, we're talking about river states. Because this Port refinery is in river state. So if government wants to sell it, because this Niger Delta, they feel like, okay, it is, we own this, we have this, we want to make sure, then buy it. Run it.
That's why we're holding you responsible.
Run it.
Because you're from
buy it and run it.
Yes.
And you don't have to pay back at once. There should be a framework for a strategic period of time that the state government can pay back. And I sincerely think that Rivers State can efficiently run a refinery for itself. I think Delta State could do the same. I think other states...
100% I agree with you.
Why are they not coming first to do that?
I remember a documentary that I watched.
Okay.
When they checked most of what these young men in that Delta do, when they were producing their own kerosene, which was very, very scarce.
Illegal refineries.
I didn't want to call it that, but I mean, but what these guys said they were doing, they were providing services to almost all the communities in their areas for kerosene that our refineries could not even do. So that's why I'm giving credence to create modular refineries, because that gigantic structure that the federal government cannot maintain and run around, it's expensive.
One of the advantages of the gigantic structure.
Yes.
Okay. One of the advantages of the gigantic structure is the same advantage that the Dangote refinery peddles about, that makes it what it is in the country.
Not
just that. The fact that it can do. I'm not saying that is exactly what it is. I'm talking about the byproducts that come from that that could be used for other industrial purposes. That is the advantages that come with the gigantic structure compared to the modular refinery that cannot operate in that capacity. So back to the same thing. If a private entity is going to come and buy it, I think the government should not give it to one of its cronies. That is why I will advocate that the state should take it.
They will do that.
But the state will do the same thing, no?
Why we keep looking for solutions for these refineries? We want you out there to join this conversation. We don't talk enough. We just pay lip service and say,
analyze enough.
We need to keep talking. If we don't talk enough, then we can't gather. If we can't gather, then we can't put pressure on those that we're supposed to put pressure on. So let's talk, and we won't stop. Now let's still move ahead. We're still talking about oil and gas. Fuel marketers have called on the federal government to act swiftly as rising global oil prices driven by Iran, yes, they are in conflict, and Israel conflict threatens to push petrol prices above 1,000. We need to just deal with this despite temporary drop in crude prices below $70. Now, this particular issue, it's still within the same refinery issue. Yes. Now we are in 2025. Israel, Iran have decided to punch, bomb, and wound each other. Thank God it's ceasefire.
Israel has chilled. Okay.
No, it's ceasefire, but oil prices have gone up.
Yeah.
Following oil prices, Dangote prices will also go up. And as we speak right now, for those that noticed, yesterday, 2 days ago, the pump price went up. Deep way.
It dipped briefly.
It went up
slightly yesterday.
Some pump stations are selling for 915, some are selling for even 1,000. Now, the question we should start asking ourselves, as Nigeria, as Nigeria, should what is happening in international markets affect our pump price?
This is energy poverty.
Thank you.
This is just basically what it is.
Because that's the question that you ask. You ask it every day. Like how we as an oil producing country, right, still have to be dependent on whatever prices that the international people give us. Because at the end of the day, we only still export our crude and we don't refine ours.
We don't go to refine.
What's the I don't understand. Yeah, how much does he even reach the capacity of Lagos?
Dangote cannot fulfill the daily consumption for Nigeria. Daily consumption as at last time is 66 million. That's what they said. That's what they said according to statistics. So if
was it the statistics for collecting subsidy money or statistics for these are things we need to iron out.
I'm not.
Which statistics is that exactly?
I will not say anything about that.
Okay.
But 66 million, according to them, is the daily consumption. And what's Dangote's capacity? 650,000 barrels per day. Yes. Now, yes, he said he has, last year, he said he had a few million, available. But this is Dangote that doesn't only cater to local needs, but he's also considering, or he has also started, catering to international needs as well, because he's a businessman. And there's a reason why the Dangote refinery is in the free trade zone, so that it's easier for him to do international business as well. So Dangote alone cannot, feed our local consumption. It's very unfortunate. We have 4 refineries in this country. Those are not working. None of them is active. None of them is working. None of them is dependable. It's really unfortunate that even our OPEC quota, we cannot meet.
Okay,
let's
keep the gist on price.
As an oil producing, as an oil producing nation that we are, it's very unfortunate that this issue, this global oil issue now, is affecting us. Yes, it would affect, but it's not supposed to affect us in-house. All right? It's not supposed to affect us in-house, because what this means right now is that because we don't have refining capacity, we're importing. We're importing not just refined stuff, we're importing even crude, which is really unfortunate at this point. I don't even know where it's
now at this point,
crude, we're importing refined, we're importing crude, we're importing refined product, even as an oil producer.
It's not with Dangote.
The country. Because NNPC also imported 140-something million liters of barrels. Liters, actually.
Barrels.
Refined products. It's liters.
Refined products?
Yes.
If you're talking about refined products.
Yes,
it's liters. We've been in that trap since.
Refined products.
But,
so we're just poor. So it's just like it's like Priye has yam. And then Priye has yam. All Priye needs to do is cook the yam and pound the yam and have pounded yam. But no, Priye has yam at home. But he's still buying pounded yam outside. Is Priye wise?
Of course, yes, Priye is very wise. Now, let's come to you, Priye. At this juncture, we have Build, still building. We have Smith, Walter Smith or Russell Smith, one of the Smiths. That is complete. We have a few other modular refineries that have been completed. Do you see us having this issue of not being able to distribute refined products internally and refining internally in
domestic
2 years?
Okay, first of all, if Priye has yam, and it's not pounding, maybe it's national reserve. No, America was doing that.
They still do it.
That's what America should still do it. So this is great, national reserve. Maybe it's reserving them. So for the price, right? If you look at the suggestion that was, provided, suggested to the federal government, that look, average income Nigerians may not be able to, afford the price of premium motor spirit because it's going to go to 1,000 naira, like you said, and it's going to, make worse what we currently have on ground, and it's not good. So they were telling the government, go back to the naira for crude agreement. The quota that you are going to, we said it on this table, the quota that you are going to give to Dangote using that contract, naira for crude, put a price cap to it as a way of providing a cushioning for the poor man. So the other one that Dangote is going to access from US, from Algeria, and from Angola, he has the right to give it whatever price he wants to sell it. In other words, the government itself is, if you are giving Dangote naira for crude exchange, you are still going to give him other benefits because you are going to put a cap on it.
Mr. Kumale, Dangote still cannot satisfy.
No, I'm not going with the fact that he's going to satisfy. No. Okay. That's why I see that quota.
Okay.
You're still going to give to other private refineries that are modular refineries. So put a quota on all those, because those are the ones that the government has some form of leverage to discuss.
Okay.
And it's not even just power, outright power. You're going to have to bring them to a table to now discuss.
You mean regulate them?
The regulation will not be by, you don't make that regulatory power by, that regulatory rules by autonomy.
Oh, okay.
Because you need to pacify them.
Yes. So that's why you were saying giving them some other incentive.
Yes. Okay. So that so as to provide a buffer for the poor man to be able to, because if not, forget it, it's going to be bad and worse. And for the other part, that is where Nigeria, then the part that we are going to be ferrying out of the country, because that's where we get our foreign earnings from, in dollars, that will provide a soft landing for the Nigerian naira.
What are we ferrying out? Crude or,
crude,
fuel? Okay.
Crude, out of the country. Okay. That's the one that the government is now going to enjoy and say, oh, now it's $80, Abi.
So I'm going to cut you.
That is $80, Abi.
Do you know why? Because we have too many crude for loan agreements in Nigeria.
Obligations, yes.
Too many crude for loan obligations. So even crude that we have not yet taken.
Now that you Now that you went
it's already repayment for some loans.
To who do we owe this agreement to? And what quantity?
The people that we're owing.
And what time frame are we supposed to fulfill this agreement?
China?
See.
No, hold on. Because
China.
As we speak, I still don't know. We're still finding out who. So since you are in the know, tell us.
Okay, hold on.
Yes.
But the truth is, we have a lot of.
We have a lot of. Who?
China. Infrastructure is built for our country.
And you have
how long when we stop paying? There's a lot of loan that repayment is crude.
Yes.
There's a lot of them. There's a lot of. So
some of them go as far as 5 years.
Do you understand why we are asking? Yes. Because a lot of these agreements were entered without Nigerians.
No, the details.
And we don't know. How many things do we know normally? No.
I was asking you as a PR person of the
government. A lot of these other agreements were entered without even Nigerian.
I wasn't there either.
Who said you were not there? We are going on a very short. We are going on a very short break. And when we return, remember, we'll smile up. This country, it must work. Let's not go anywhere.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
It said it's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market? To keep for their stuff.
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is Souq business landscape.
In Africa, there's one man who has consistently been a household name and index of reference in the business arena. The name Aliko Dangote apparently stands tall. The Africa's richest man clearly benchmarks success, wealth, and prosperity. His unofficial love and passion for business are quite phenomenal. These can be traced to his background. Born in April 10, 1957 to Maria Sanusi Dangote and Mohammed Dangote, his maternal ancestors were prosperous caravan traders under British colonial rule, and his grandfather, Alhaji Sanusi Dangote, was a commodity trader. Dangote's grandfather was heavily involved in his upbringing and helped ignite his entrepreneurial spirit. For Dangote, one will ever assume his wealth was handed out or easily channeled, being an offspring of Dangote, for his success didn't come through daydreaming. Dangote complemented inherited fortune with deliberate hard work and innovation to pave his way to the top. Those who knew Dangote while growing up will not be surprised at his outstanding success. At age 8, Dangote uses pocket money to buy sweets, which he and others sell for a profit. Everything big in life starts from little. Taking a clue from this, Dangote, from a seed loan of 500,000 obtained from his uncle, started business, which he traded commodities and business supplies, primarily cement. By 1981, his firm was successful that he had incorporated other businesses and established the Dangote Group. His empire extended to foodstuffs, including sugar, salt, wheat, cement, haulage, and other business concerns. Among his holdings were Dangote Industries, Dangote Bale Nigeria, Dangote Cement PLC, Benue Cement Company PLC, Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC, Dangote Flour Mills, Nascent Ally Industries PLC. In addition to its holdings in Nigeria, the Dangote Group has operations in several African countries. With these giant strides in the business arena, Dangote will forever be grateful to his grandfather for giving him wings to fly. According to Forbes, an American business magazine, Dangote remains the richest man in Africa with an estimated fortune of $13.9 billion. Dangote is one Nigeria, highly decorated with honors as well. His urine service and huge investment also got him both local and international recognitions. Like the Guardian Man of the Year in 2015, he won the 2016 African Business Leader Award organized by the African American Institute. Dangote was cited as one of the top most influential Africans by the New African magazine in 2015, 2017, 2018, and 2019. He was recently conferred with the prestigious award of the National Order of the Lion by the President of Senegal. When it comes to breaking jinx, Dangote has it in full measures. He took his pioneering and jinx-breaking adventure to another dimension with the unveiling of the $20 billion refinery, widely adjudged as the largest single-train petrochemical refinery in the world. The refinery has the total capacity of 650,000 barrels of crude oil per day and is expected to earn as much as $21 billion in annual income. Situated on 2,500 hectares site at the Lekki Free Trade Zone, Lagos, it is supplied with crude oil by the largest subsea pipeline infrastructure in the world. When fully in operation, the refinery will provide 135,000 permanent jobs in the region. When it comes to family life, Dangote seems to, however, prefer maintaining a low profile. He got married to Zainab in 1977 but divorced at an unknown date. He was later married to Maria Mohammed Rufai. Dangote has 3 daughters named Halima, Maria, Fatima, and he also adopted a son named Abdurrahman. Dangote is one granted authority that combines real intelligence with self-effacing demeanor, a persona that naturally makes kindness. Like an eagle, Dangote's foresight and unusual business acumen make him a rare to come by. Though he owns chains of business in Nigeria and across Africa, the quest by this uncommon risk taker to conquer more business territories may not wane anytime soon.
Said is going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is Souq Business Landscape. Welcome back to your show. Welcome back to SBL. This is Souq Business Landscape. We are here, every one of us. We're still having fun. We are talking, and we mean business. Now, we want to see Nigeria grow. So do you. So don't keep quiet. Now, remember, you can follow us and join the discussion on all the social media platforms. So go to Souqnews TV everywhere. Say something. Tweet at us, and we will reply. Follow us, and we'll follow you back. Let's get straight to the second story. Nigeria has deepened its agricultural ties with Brazil through the 1 billion Green Initiative project aimed at deploying mechanized farming solutions nationwide. Now, our Vice President Kashim Shettima, he praised the initiative during the second Nigeria-Brazil strategic dialogue in Abuja. This happened just this same week. He described this as something that is very positive and a turning point for bilateral relations built on practical cooperation. He stressed the need for result-driven agreement with timelines, noting the project's potential to boost food security, which is very important, create jobs and agricultural productivity across the country. Meanwhile, the House of Representatives passed a bill for the second reading to make agricultural science, now listen very well again, to make agricultural science a core subject in all Nigerian secondary school. To put it in perspective, to make agricultural science compulsory. You can't speak English and don't know how to farm. You can't be speaking English and be going hungry. This particular bill was sponsored by Alex Ebona of Cross River State. The bill aligns with President Bola Tinubu's renewed hope agenda on food security and economic recovery. Yes. Now, people of God, this is where we are heading to. Priye Krumale, the only one that have said, let's leave the honorable for now. Brazil, Nigeria, $1 billion deal. Now, what are we looking at? We're looking at mechanized farming, delivering equipment, mechanized farming, training, service centers. How good is this good?
Well, we have spoken, if we cast our minds back, probably on Monday, we're having that conversation here. And remember, we talked about
sex agriculture.
We talked about, yes, agriculture, making it appealing.
Okay, so we now go to Brazil.
Agriculture appealing to, I think he's probably using that word because he's trying to get
to get people
to get to do it. So to make agriculture appealing. And I remember when we had that conversation, Obalende and I were making like, okay, mechanized farming, yes, training, agrotech, and all of that. Maybe the president watched the program. So $1 billion. That's what the Brazilian vice president.
That's what this deal,
okay. Yes, and this deal came because there have been conversation about it before now, and the vice president from Brazil came to see Mr. President, and this is where just to strengthen the economic and business and trade ties with one of the most populous nations in the world. So if we look at Nigeria and we look at Brazil, and economically how Brazil is flying and they are representing in the global stage.
The agri sector, to be precise.
Yes. We expect that we'll be doing the same too, because if I get my facts quite right when it comes to farming, fish farming and fisheries in Brazil, they are also doing very, very well in that aspect. So most of the substantial part of this money will be going for equipment in agriculture. Okay. We're talking about tractors. Okay. Now, the second aspect of the story also is good to take into consideration.
Which one?
Where the House of Representatives.
No, hold on. Before we get to that particular place, let me get to you, Emmanuel. Now we're looking at mechanized farming. We're looking at equipment. So apart from tractors, you have planters, you have harvesters, you have ridgers, you have all sorts, both for spraying chemicals and all that. If we are looking at this amount of money, we've not really seen the details of this deal. Brazil stands more to benefit, because if we are looking at this particular equipment, we are going to bring them this way. It's not going down that way, which means somehow there will be payments for this particular equipment. But there are also companies that manufacture tractors in Nigeria.
Yes.
We've not seen them in the equation in all this deal. Do you want to see them somewhere around?
Of course, I want to see them, and to be honest, they actually exist. Because I remember interviewing one of the man who is even trying to come to the southwest. He's been in the north. He does he's a mechanical engineer, so he's done his own. He's got his own brand, and he said most of the governors in the north are patronizing him already. Right, and less than 2 months ago, I remember interviewing him. So yes, they exist, and I would like to see more. It wasn't funny enough. Try to digress again. The president himself started talking about Nigeria first kind of thing. So of course, you want to hear those kind of monies that they populate into these things go into those kind of contracts. Have them do these mechanical machines, these machines for you to make farmings sexy. Let's like to put the word inside it. Get people also interested in it. However, where may I now ask my question is mechanized farming the missing piece from transcending from subsistence farming, which many of us do to survive? Even in places where there are crises like, oh, the farmers are not allowed to go to farm, what most of us do is just farming so that we can eat. But is mechanized farming going to translate that subsistence farming to commercial one? Because at the end of the day, if you make these machines available, right, and the farmers don't know how to use them, it now looks like another project that you wasted money into it.
Okay, can I come in there? Okay, just 2 minutes before I get to you.
Yes.
But now, for mechanized farming, growing up, I had some time spent in the north, and they have vast lands that is just as long as your eye can see.
Arable lands.
And thank you very much, very fertile. Now, for them, they did not enjoy mechanized farming, except for few that were very close to the local government. Okay. Now, what was the local government doing? Local government will come on their own and reach the land. Yes. Okay. So if you can do 12 kilometers, no problem. They will send they will send the tractors there and they will reach the land for you. They will send the machine there and they will also fumigate for you. They will spray insecticides for you. So you see, it will help produce better. Now they're also looking at training also and farm centers, which the local farmer can't buy a tractor. He can't own a tractor.
He can't even maintain it.
Good.
It's only for large scale. This thing is just for large scale.
If you have local governments that will come in and take off from federal government and take off from because they are the ones that are closer to the people. Okay. They can now operate directly with the farmer. Okay. Now, if we remember, we also used to have extension service workers. What happened to them? These are questions we really need to ask. What happened to extension farmers? Because extension workers, because they were moving from local government, that they were interfacing directly with the farmers. So any question and any issue localities had, the extension worker had solutions for it. Now we are having fertilizer distribution from federal government. It was never so before. It was direct, it was even beyond the local government, down to groups. You could just look, okay, if I'm living in Lekki, I know we have a group somewhere in, let's say, our own side of the street where we could get fertilizers. So the local government just had to deal with those particular groups, and the farmers had control of it. We need to go back to these basics. And just like you say, how can we make this farming more sexy so that people that are leaving school or the beautiful girl with all the embodiment of her beauty can look at farming and say, I'm going here?
Well, not just the beautiful girl with all the embodiment of her beauty, according to Souq John Rogers, but even the young man, who thinks it's easier to be a benefit boy, to actually look into farming. Well, whilst this is, one way or the other, I love the attention that the agri sector is getting in recent times. I appreciate it. I appreciate the fact that we're looking at, non-oil alternatives. Thank you very much. That we can actually take advantage. And then some years ago, some very little, 30 years or so ago, agric was the second largest revenue generator in the country. It's unfortunate that now we're looking at tax as a revenue generator, but let's look past that. But the issue now is how to make it.
That's triple it.
No,
don't worry.
I have
okay.
Whoever wants to catch it.
Okay.
But the issue is how to make it appealing. Let me use the word according to Mr. Krumale for the youngsters now to get them into it. We talked about mechanized farming. Let's make it easier. It's no longer the days of going to the farm with your hoe and your cutlass and put your back into it under the scorching heat. You are there digging and everything. So let's look at mechanized farming. The funding is appreciated, but we have a corruption index in the country. We have a corruption issue in the country. We have transparency issue. We have accountability issue in the country. So I don't know if funding would actually go along, or how far funding can go. Now, this agreement that we have now with Brazil, it's a memorandum of understanding. Are there loans involved? Is it going to add to our debt profile? When looking at that, is there anything that we have to pay back, inside all of this? Then, aside from that, make it look sexy. Mechanized farming, yes, it's amazing. But there's also a downside to mechanized farming. You know, we're looking at land degradation as well. If we actually go into, you know, full-on mechanized farming. And that's why you see even in other parts of the world, the western part of the world, yes, it have mechanized, but then you still have people still putting their back into it. You still have them employing people who have to go to China, go to the Philippines. You know, these are places where, you know, farming is a big deal. They actually go into it with their hand. They get dirty. All right. But then I don't know how else that it can actually be done. The truth is, the people of today now, they try to look at ways of making things easy. Yeah. And farming is not easy.
We must find that.
It takes patience. Yeah. It takes hard work. It takes a lot. I know a couple of,
eating is easier.
Well, it depends. Okay, so this is a couple of people who came together. They pooled money together. All right. They pooled money together and they bought a few acres of land. Okay. All right. And then what they did was they don't know anything about farming. They don't know anything about agriculture. They just employed people that do know about it and said, okay, you guys get to work.
Did it work? Did it work?
It is, yes.
It worked.
So they are using it for personal use now and then also commercial.
Beautiful. Now,
so if we can have stuff like that, not just up north, let's come down a bit. Because logistics is a huge, big problem in our, food security issue. Bringing this food down here is a big issue. So aside from, yes, we have arable land up north, but, let's come to the west. What's happening? Let's see what the west can also offer.
Everybody needs to come to the table.
Everybody needs to come to the table.
Okay, now, this is our last bit on this particular issue. Now, just a few days ago, the president commissioned about 2,000 tractors. And some other equipment. Yeah. Now we are having this coming in from Brazil. How are we going to maintain this equipment?
What do they give?
Maintaining the equipment, for me, I don't even think it's a big problem.
Okay. Depends on who they give.
My concern, first of all, is that Nigeria is also a country that manufactures tractors.
Yes.
But the thing is, our level of manufacturing tractor does not prevent them from also importing tractors.
Yes.
We also import tractors and we have assembling companies here too.
Yes.
So my concern is that the $1 billion, please, and those tractors that you talked about the president, bringing out, do they buy it from the local manufacturers? Because if we do not buy these tractors from the local manufacturers, that $1 billion that we are talking about, if we spend it importing tractors, we have lost on two sides.
Yes, it leaves three money away.
Yeah, it's obviously because we have to find a way to retain that money within the economy. Because if you buy from the local manufacturers, they've seen market, and they are going to go back to production again. Yes. What would that do? What would be the effect of that? Is that manpower will come in again, manufacturing is going to pick up again, then the money will be within the local in Nigeria, and the aspiration of the current administration to have a $1 trillion economy. If we replicate that not only in agriculture, in some other sectors within the country too, then we can say we are making some form of progress in that.
Well, I think one other thing, because there's something else that was mentioned in
the bill.
The agricultural science.
Making agricultural science a core subject. Well, that is amazing. It is beautiful. Agriculture was compulsory up until SS1. For me, at least. I don't know what's happening in schools nowadays, But unfortunately, we have a lot of agricultural science graduates in the bank.
Yeah, but right now.
It's an issue. No, it's an issue because now
they were looking for jobs. There were no
jobs
anyway.
People to share the knowledge now are strong.
Now, when we start teaching,
how many teachers do we have?
Because I think where I was going to come from. Okay. Are we ready for mechanized teaching? Because hang on. Let's not do ourselves. While we're all in school, because this is targeted at secondary school.
Yes.
To get the younger people to be interested.
The bill is for secondary school.
We are teaching them mechanized farming.
No, agricultural science.
Yes, agricultural science. And essentially is to spark their interest into agriculture. Yes. Right? And now we want to do it in a modern way. We teach them things at hoe and cutlasses.
No.
Hang on. Because I remember, as far back as when I was in secondary school in the 2000s, right, early 2000s, When they were
If you
teaching
want to
us,
say 1982, just say 1982. You don't
I don't know why
I know that.
2000.
Yeah, 2000.
But it's okay.
Well, I mean, they were teaching us about tractors, how those kind of
In the books.
in the books.
In books. We didn't write
Right?
tractors.
Even some of the things that were not even
They didn't
mechanized.
take us to the farm.
We
to
didn't
write
even
tractors.
see some of these implements. Right? But you want to spark my interest to meet 21st century agriculture. I've not even seen 19th century agriculture tools.
Can I say something?
Hold on, because we need to close.
Because we have not
and
farm.
hold on.
I want to quickly say something, please.
Priya, hold on, please. Apologies for your secondary school, right? Let me apologize. Sorry. We are going to study agric science. So if your child is going to secondary school, she will study agric science. I'm sorry. Apologies, please. Now, let's just touch this for just a few minutes so that we'll go, because this is very important.
Yes.
There's this particular agreement, memorandum of understanding that was signed between Nigeria and India. And this is specifically to block, mark that word, block the production of codeine-based syrups intended for importation into the country. Now, people of God, we have 4 minutes, and I want to talk about this. We've had a pandemic. It's gone beyond where we have not just adults but minors.
Yes,
having access to codeine and codeine-based syrups. Do you think this particular agreement with India is on the right side? Because over 60% of the codeine that comes into this country is
from there,
thanks to India. Are we on the right path?
I think we are on the right path, but it can still be subverted.
Okay.
It can be subverted because those unscrupulous people in Nigeria who import this codeine, and probably their intention is for the objective use of the codeine, but the people who buy it can use it to
pure and innocent outlook.
So the thing is, when the federal government has struck this agreement with India, that look, any Nigerian that comes to you to say he wants to get codeine and ship it into our country, please no. And this agreement is reached. If you bring
Is India the only producer?
No. The thing is, Nigerians or some other importers could go to India and say, good, I know you have agreement with the government of my country, so I'm not going to breach that agreement and I'm not going to influence you to do that. Okay. However, could you please get these codeines ready and ship them to Ghana for me? Okay. Thank you. Then it gets to Ghana. Then he takes it from Ghana and brings it to Nigeria. So we still have a lot of work to do.
Can you please cancel?
Are you warning me?
Your CSI mind.
No, but my major concern as regards this is good, but we are being proactive. I don't know but my major concern will be if we can't bring it in, then the people in will find a way to concoct. And to create it.
Oh, good.
So it will increase, what I mean is it will increase local production.
Local production of, now, it's easier to curb local production of codeine if you know where it's being produced.
It's not easy because Ukuru Miri is going around everywhere.
No, thank you very much. I'm just saying.
Ukuru Miri is everywhere.
Crystal mate.
Yes,
now,
it's everywhere. And they say local is herb.
It's not locally produced. They are all still coming in. The things that they're making it are important.
That's what I'm saying. So if we are not bringing codeine, we can bring the basis.
Okay. Now,
and they come and put it together here.
Assemble center.
I'm coming. Yes. For every single shipment that leaves every country to the next from
destination,
from departure to destination is recorded, whether legal or illegal. Now, apart from signing,
mostly legal.
Apart from even illegal, is recorded. Yes, somehow. Apart from signing this kind of bilateral agreement, do you think Nigeria should go further and make sure every logistics company drops a manifest for Nigerian drug law enforcement once any of this is moving?
Great.
Because that is what countries we are copying.
Abakari,
I don't even understand. The countries we are copying, that is what they do. So for every single component, whether it's the finished product or the component for that particular thing, they drop manifest.
So this is it. So this is it. So it doesn't look like we are reinventing something.
Yes.
Or we are doing an innovation. Many of these things already exist. It's just that the system is weak. Because what Bola was saying is, look, once you block this one, they'll find another one.
Good.
Priya said the same thing. The structures are weak.
Why we are looking at finding another one? can't we all just say no?
No to
Say
codeine.
no to
No,
drugs.
but you see, but the irony is, just like PA said, initially, codeine was not even known to be a drug. It was a drug, but not as a prescribed drug. But people now found out that, oh, if I take this particular codeine, it will become intoxicating, and then you can get one kind of high feeling. It was meant to be a drug to fix a particular problem for kids.
I don't know if people drink it.
I mean, it's syrup. So it was initially it was something you just pass and I don't even like the taste. Then you have someone that says, if I take too much of it.
People are getting high from the smell of gutters, dirty gutters.
Yes.
So if they stop the importation of codeine, people
they go to another one.
Okay, now if you decide to go to the Souq away and get high, sorry, because your hell did not just start today. Let's have our closing remarks for today. Emmanuel, let's say you happen to be the Minister of Interior. Tell us, from the petroleum issue to the codeine issue.
So that it doesn't look like we are saying something exoteric. Many of them know these things. Our border security needs to improve. Okay. It's beyond. Why did the US put us as in their latest countries that they likely would ban? It's because our biometrics, something as big as biometrics, is poor. How can you say somebody is moving from country A to country B and you don't even know his fingerprints when people are already going beyond fingerprints? Somebody they arrested one of the kingpins in Lagos recently.
You know this is a summary.
Yes.
Yes, please. It's going because the things are just pouring into my head. Okay. One person can have like 10 different passports. What is the biometrics doing? So something as simple as that. Fix our borders to a point that even if you are going to our nearby countries as Togo, when you see the stringent rules that you need to pass, you consider before you do certain kind of things.
Okay. It is not beans to pass, actually.
So you're not going from here to anywhere, and that's easy.
But, you know, and when we're talking about borders, Nigeria currently shares, borders with Niger. About 7 different states in Nigeria.
Can enter there.
You can enter Niger through 7 different states in Nigeria. So I think border porosity is a big issue. But that's not even where I'm going to come from. I'm just going to come from, let us stop squandering. We get so much money. We can afford to always get money. But let us just stop squandering. You know, I'm not encouraging people to, be corrupt. But even if you're going to be corrupt, just leave small for the good of the country. Please, we hear
it's a problem.
It's a serious problem.
Even if you're going to steal,
we are begging. We hear billions, we hear trillions every day, and these monies come in. The other day, it was Abacha who keeps giving us.
Santa Claus.
Santa, he keeps giving us. The other time is Dezani, he keeps giving and keeps giving. The other time was the Paris. Emefiele also started giving as well. Okay. We have so many people giving, but where are these funds going to? So please, dear people who are in charge of our funds, let us know what you are using these funds for. Even if you're going to take, okay, just at least leave small for us. And I'd like to hear what Priya says regarding
please don't follow around.
So that they can take.
Okay, for me,
Mr. Chooks will take if it's there.
Leadership. Leadership is key. What makes the difference between the United States of America, or what makes the difference between a very, very successful economy and those that are just trying to catch up, even though they have the resources to be a successful nation? It's just leadership. So it's obvious that we have that problem in abundance. Even those who preach it, now they are in the corridors of power, and they've seen that, look, they can't even, because they felt their friends that they are appointed into position stole, they can't punish them. You are the problem.
Okay. Thank you very much for everyone that has been there with us today. It's been nice having you. My name is Chooks, John Rogers Chooks. You've heard it all. Tomorrow we'll do this again. Be nice. Bye.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff.
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is Souq business landscape.
Well, thank you very much indeed. My name is Stephen Kola Balogun. I happen to be a lawyer, and so I call myself a pseudo-politician, not quite a politician, but I've served in government before, and I'm delighted to be here. Well, thank you very much. Well, yes, is it my family or the wider family? I mean, like I said, I'm the son of Chief Dr. Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. Like I said, he was a former politician, a frontline politician. He was the General Secretary of the National Council of Nigeria and the Cameroons, later National Council of Nigerian Citizens. He was the General Secretary of that party for about 8 years. From there, he was appointed by Souq to become a federal minister. He was initially a federal minister without portfolio. Consequently, after that, he became acting minister for labor, social services, and then he became Nigeria's first federal minister for information in 1956. He held that portfolio to 1958. Thereafter, he resigned from government. He had disagreement with the party. And Tafawa Balewa felt that he was a useful politician that could be sent to Ghana. And he went to Ghana to find out what was. Because Ghana was a bit ahead of us in terms of politics at the time. And I think it's fair to say they got independence just before us. And Tafawa Balewa wanted someone to understudy, to find out what we're doing. So he sent Kola Balogun there. Initially, he was commissioner. And later, when we gained independence in 1960, he became High Commissioner. Shortly after that, when we became independent, he yearned to come home. He wanted to take part in the new political atmosphere at the time. He asked the Prime Minister to relieve him, to let him come back, and he did come back home. And immediately he took up the position of being chairman of the National Shipping Line. That was a position he held on to until the military struck in 1966. But even then, when the military did strike in 1966, he still continued. I think General Debayo of blessed memory invited him to join his cabinet, and he served as a commissioner for about 3 years or more. I think he was commissioner for health and was commissioner for education. Later, he also became chairman of the sketch group of companies as well. And that was about it. I think after his stint in government, he decided to go and do a PhD at the University of Ibadan. And then he went back into private legal practice. And then he started this agitation for the creation of Osun State. He and a few others set up the movement. He was the chairman of the movement. And then to the glory of God, in 1991, Osun State was created. And that's it.
Tell us about mommy.
Well, yes, my mother. Well, in those days, the women were not so much in the forefront, But my mother has been my bedrock. She stood by me, and she has backed me in most of the things I've set out to do, And she's still alive. She's 89 this year, and she's still doing well, and she's still
and your wife
going
and
strong.
The kids?
Yes, my children. Yes, I have 3 girls, 3 daughters. My oldest is 31. She studied at King's College London. She did reasonably well. She got a 7th class upper. Proud of her. She's an art curator today. They have twin girls as well who are also in university now that they haven't graduated yet. One of them is in Oxford University. She's studying history and politics. And the other is in Cambridge University. She's studying human, social, and political sciences. So, yeah. I did. I mean, my father, Chief Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory, yes, he was in the first cabinet in the First Republic, the first ever cabinet Nigeria had, and he served as the Federal Minister of Information and Research. As a matter of fact, he happened to be Nigeria's first information minister. Later, T.O.S. Benson, of course, became the independent Nigeria's first information minister, but independent Nigeria. But Nigeria's first ever information minister happened to be Chief Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. No, I didn't. I took an opposite route from my father. My father went into politics straight immediately after he finished his education, and then he now ventured into law a little bit later. I decided to look at things differently. I thought that after academics I should practice law a bit, and that's what I've been doing. But at some point, I think that was in about 2011, I was called upon to serve in the Osun State government as a commissioner, and I took up that opportunity, and I enjoyed myself. Well, I am in the sense that I'm 65 years old now, and I think it's fair to say that we belong to, well, I would say the first set, but one of those who benefited from Nigerian education. I schooled here. I went to secondary school in the West. I went to the University of Ife, went to the Nigerian Law School. And I think it's fair to say that all the schools at that time were of high quality, produced top quality students who went on to make names for themselves, not just here in Nigeria, but also abroad. I think we still do that now, even though the standard of education has dropped. The sad thing about it is that Nigeria could have been a lot better in terms of the potential, because Nigeria does have a lot of potential. We do have very brilliant young men and women, you know, and I just think that if we had invested more in education, that we could have, the sky would have been the limit, actually. Well, my take on this is that it's the system of law itself. As a young lawyer, I experienced a few challenges myself, and I think one of the obvious challenges is the appeal structure. It's too easy to appeal against judgments. At the same time, when you file actions in court, there are no penalties for costs. In other words, I can file a frivolous action. I could insult you, as an example, and then you could sue me. And I say to myself, well, I'm going to eke it out. I'm going to take it. You're going to have to take me all the way to the Supreme Court. That doesn't make sense. That's not fair. On the other hand, I could also file a frivolous application against you. And then filing a frivolous application, I could call you something you are not. I could defame you. And in so doing, you expect at least that once you prove your case, that I will be made to pay the penalties for filing frivolous applications. But that doesn't happen. And then, of course, the conditions of the judges. I mean, judges are still writing longhand. They do trials, they sit there, they listen to witnesses, give evidence, and they have to write all these things down longhand. So there's so many challenges that has hampered the progress of law. And there hasn't been enough investment, I must say. Well, I agree with that, and I'm going to give an example as to how that I think we could possibly do that. Now, the Supreme Court hears everything. It's the final court in Nigeria, so they're going to hear issues related to criminal law, civil matters, constitutional matters, as you know, all these matters that's got to do with elections, so on and so forth. As a matter of fact, when we have an election cycle, the legal system slows down because the judges are hampered. They're too busy listening to the various appeals from the various states and the federal government to do with the elections. So as a consequence, the other matters to do with shipping, banking, criminal law are put on the back burner. I think we need what you call a constitutional court, whereby which the judges in the Supreme Court are divided. So you have those judges whose responsibility it is entirely to deal with constitutional matters, and then you have another set whose duty will be to deal with our shipping, banking, civil matters, criminal matters, and so on and so forth. So I believe it's high time Nigeria has a constitutional court to try and aid the Supreme Court with the workload they have, which is, quite frankly, quite a bit. Well, Nigerians, with respect, are very brilliant, very intelligent, and they are very aware. It doesn't matter who you are, whether you're a tailor, you're a driver, you're a lawyer, engineer, they are quite well informed. And the truth of the matter really is that this is the longest republic we've had. This republic started in 1999, and this is 2025, so 26 years. Nigeria's never had a republic this long. But the main flaw is the one you just mentioned. The fact that that constitution that was bequeathed to us by the military in 1999 was never really approved by the people. Now, that doesn't make sense, and that's unfair, in fairness. We ought to be able to look at the constitution, improve upon it, and put our own input into it. Now, there's a way around that, and I've always believed, many people oppose this, but I'm of the view that what Nigerians need to have is a referendum. Have a referendum to ask the Nigerian people whether they want to persist with the 1999 constitution, or do they want to drop a new one? If the answer to that question is yes, we want to drop a new constitution, then that puts paid to the 1999 constitution, and then you can now have a system, a constituent assembly, whatever the case may be, where people will sit around the table and fashion out a new constitution. If the people say no, that means they've indirectly approved the 1999 constitution, and then we continue with it. But what we can't do is continue having this debate, these arguments as to whether the 1999 constitution has been approved by Nigerians or not, because it has not been. So I think the way around that is to ask the Nigerian people through a referendum, asking them whether they want to persist with this constitution. If they say no, then we have a new one. If they say yes, we continue with the old one. And that ends the debate. Every system has its merits. Every system has its advantages and disadvantages. To some extent, the presidential system of government has its advantage. It has the advantage in the sense that it has brought government nearer to the people. So the people of Osun, from where I'm from, for instance, now, have their own state. Same thing can be said, it's been replicated across the country. However, the drawbacks, the disadvantage is the fact that it's extremely expensive. Now, look at Nigeria, for instance, now. We have 36 state governments. So that means we have 36 governments in Nigeria. If you add the government of Abuja, if you add the federal government, that's 38. Now, each one of these governments have some form of legislature, judiciary, an executive as well, local government, civil service. It's too expensive. Look, in America, where we borrowed this system from, the states came together to form a union. This is totally different. We are doing it the opposite way. So we've had a structure that we're now going back. So at the end of the day, many of the state governments are still dependent on the federal government. And as a consequence, the kind of progress we ought to be making, we're not quite making it. So I personally, and this is a personal view because others would disagree, I would prefer that we reduce the size of government by having some kind of regional structure. And I believe that that will reduce the burden of governments. And if we can reduce the burdens of government, we can use this money to do many other things. And I also think it will also improve standards as well. Not just standards of government or parliamentary standards or whatever the case may be, but there'll be less people involved in the political system. And that would help us a great deal. Well, I think it's fair to say that since 1999, we haven't had any new state creation. I know there's been agitation for the creation of states, but there hasn't been any. The process for creating a state is quite cumbersome. It's not easy. I think it's in Section 8 and 9 of the Constitution. I don't think it's something we should be looking at. I think, like I said to you earlier, I think we should be trying to reduce the number of states, and I think some kind of regional structure whereby which we can monitor better what's going on rather than having more states. So I personally would not encourage the creation of more states, no. In the 1950s, we had 3 regions, if I'm correct. Those regions were the West, the East, and the North. We had the colony of Lagos, but if I'm right, I think it was the Macpherson Constitution, I think it is, I'm not too sure, that now put Lagos under the Western region. Now, when Lagos was placed under the Western region, lots of people were not happy about that. I remember my father was in the NCNC. The NCNC people were not particularly pleased, neither were the NPC. Because they felt that Lagos belonged to everybody. Like you said, lots of people from different walks of life, different tribes, different backgrounds, and all schooled. I mean, Zik schooled in Lagos. He went to MBHS. So it was the issue was sent to London to arbitrate. I think it was Oliver Littleton that arbitrated over the matter. And it was decided that Lagos should stand on its own, that Lagos should not be merged with any of the regions. And that was how Lagos was able to free itself from the shackles of the Western region. It's fair to say that the position of the NCNC was actually argued in London by my father. That's why I'm quite familiar with this. But talking about Lagos, when the military, after that, we had what you called a minister for Lagos. I think there was Ribadu, and I think there was one other person, but I think it was Yaradua, not the same Yaradua, but his father. And then later after that, when the military struck, they created the state of Lagos. So the issue of giving Lagos special status has more or less been taken over by events. Lagos is a state, and as a state, it's still home to different people with different backgrounds, from different tribes, and it's thriving. I think it's fair to say that Lagos is probably the most prosperous state in the country. And it's just a question of its continuing with good governance and improving the strides they have made. Once again, let's go back to the past. We had what we used to call the House of Chiefs, wasn't it? And in those House of Chiefs, many of the members of the House of Chiefs were people, were traditional rulers, chiefs from different backgrounds, and they had a say in the running of the affairs of state. It's like it was more or less akin to the House of Lords. So it wasn't necessarily the chamber whereby which the activities of day-to-day governance took place. but they could always refer issues to them. And I think that if we change our structure of governance, and if, that's a big if, then yes, we can have something like that. We can have a second chamber, which is more or less advisory in nature, similar to the House of Lords, whereby which we will have obas and chiefs and people of influence who will be able to advise government from day to day from the experiences and the way forward, but not necessarily binding. I think that's important. Their decisions won't necessarily be binding on us, but at least they'll be able to share their views and experiences with the people. That's a big issue. I was commissioner for youth in Osun about 10 years ago under Rauf Aregbesola, and it was an issue we took quite seriously. In Osun State, we had quite a number of youths who are unemployed, and the governor thought, what can I possibly do to give them something to do, to keep them employed? So he created what we call the Osun State Youth Empowerment Scheme. Now, under the State Youth Empowerment Scheme, unemployed youths were given particular tasks in state. Help us sweep the roads. Some were part-time lecturers. Some were doing all sorts of things. They were given a stipend. It wasn't a full-blown salary. Or the salary, although the stipend was enough to keep them to be able to buy things, to be able to buy themselves drinks and food, and kept them occupied until they could find themselves a job. And I think the federal government could follow that kind of scheme, set up a youth empowerment scheme whereby which unemployed youths are given things to do. There's so many things that need to be done in Nigeria. You know, there's so many gaps whereby which the youths can help do that. In the interim, while they find themselves something more gainful or something more permanent. So it's a question, it's for government to do. It's for government to think of a way of helping out the youths. And of course, there should be partnerships, a partnership between the government and private enterprise to try and encourage them to take on more of our youths, and not necessarily those who have schooled abroad, who they think are probably the best in terms of employment. No, we have many here who can do a good job as well. Sustaining democracy is about discipline. It's about the people being disciplined. It's about those who rule us being disciplined. I started out by telling you that this is the longest government we've had. It's the longest republic we've had. We've had democracy now since 1999, 26 years. If you go back to the days of independence, there's been no republic that has been this long. So it shows that the people have embraced democracy. They've come to it's part of us now. They've come to enjoy it. Yes, there are hiccups in terms of the fact that we could do a lot better in terms of how we implement things. But in terms of the people yearning for democracy and imbibing it, I think we've done very well. And what we just need to do is just to try and perfect it. One of the ways, like I said much earlier, is to perhaps take a second look at the Constitution, see where areas where we can improve, and try and make people happy, and at the same time reduce the cost of governance. But I don't think democracy is going anywhere. I think it's here to stay.
My name is Muiba Wonu Folami, an indigenous of Lagos State, Ikorodu, to be specific. I was born in Lagos 86 years ago, and to the glory of God, I'm still alive and well, and trying to be a relative in the cause of women. I attended primary school. I started at Ansarudin Alakuru School. From there to CMS Girls School, and then Queen's College, Lagos. From Queen's College, I went to the Portsmouth College of Technology for my A-levels, and then University of London for my first degree in law. The same university for my master's degree in law. I had, between obtaining my master's and my first degree, I was in Nigeria to do the mandatory law school course. I was one of the last people to do a 3-month course before it was changed to 1 year. And then went back to England for my master's. And from there to lecture at the University of Zambia. Back to Nigeria, I was appointed by Dr. Taslim Elias, the CJ of Nigeria, to the Commission for Advanced Notice to Lawyers of Developments in Law. It was a commission funded by the Ford Foundation to keep lawyers abreast of the developments in law. I was a director there. Then from there, I was admitted to the Federal Ministry of Justice. After being legal advisor to many ministries, I ended up as the Director of Public Prosecutions for the Federation. And after that, whilst I was the Director of DPP, I was appointed Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice in Lagos State. After retirement, I've been involved in social work, in religion. I've always had religion, but I spend more time on religion. I read, I watch telly, and I live a good life, to the glory of God. You see, when you begin to think that it was not until 2007 that women started to get equal pay in tennis tournaments. And it was something that was fought for. Little things like that does not add to equality. But when it was done, it may be small, but at work, even at work in employment, women are still discriminated against. And most women do 2 jobs. They look after the home, and they do the normal work that a man does in an office. Why I fail to understand this inequality in the treatment of women is that the work, the responsibilities in the workplace is not reduced for women, even though we do not want to be paid the same salary as men. It's a fight that has continued, and in that area, I think we need to do more to push for more recognition. Women have contributed immensely to the society. The men that are now resisting equal pay were brought up by women. That's what I do not understand, that they can think like that. We continue to push.
But how can we speed this up?
By bringing it to the attention of world powers, recognition by every country of equal opportunities, equal pay. I want to know, I want somebody to explain to me the jobs that women cannot do.
Yeah.
They've contributed immensely. Even in the new thing, IT, we're well at par with men. So I do not see the reason for it. Unfortunately, I did not experience it, because when I left university, I practiced law briefly in my uncle's chambers before I went to University of Zambia as a lecturer. There, my position was enhanced in the sense that I was a foreigner, and I got all the benefits of being a foreigner, serving in their service. Fortunately, in Nigeria today, the federal government does not discriminate in terms of salaries. Whether you're a man or a woman, you get the same salary scale, and you are promoted on equal basis. Kudos to the federal government, to Nigeria for that. But in the private sector, things are different. In some companies, this is the areas that we have to work on, because the job content is the same. Some of these facilities are available in Nigeria. I learned by being a member of the Society for the Disabled that every government body must admit a certain percentage of women and of disabled people. So most times this opportunity is not taken. They are bound to employ them. We continue to push for that to be implemented in most ministries. It's important because it's there. You have to take a certain percentage of disabled people to work in government positions. It's important that we work to enforce that rule in our society. When it comes to discrimination, Nigeria is way ahead of some developed countries, because maybe because through slavery, we faced discrimination right from the beginning. We now know how to resist it. But in my country, Nigeria, in the federal government, in the state government, there is no discrimination. It may happen in private organizations, but they must continue to push to let them understand that the job content is the same. Well, you see, traditionally, under our culture, women are in the other room. To borrow the quotation.
Yeah.
That's our society, that's our culture. it's going to take a long time to evolve. In my time, female education was not so-called popular. It's only the educated few that strove to send their children to school, their girl child to school. They end up trading with their mothers or going to market and getting married off early. But as education began to rise in our community, its value was seen by my parents and others of their contemporaries to educate the girl child. And I believe the society is benefiting from that. Amen. So we must continue to push for the education of women, of girls. I have thought that, you know, when I read that, the certain state government has appointed look at our National Assembly, 4 women in the Senate. Isn't that shameful? And that is the society. We have to continue to push women up. Let these political parties know that we want women. Let us organize ourselves to continue to vote for women massively. I give kudos to our governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu. His cabinet women is well represented in his cabinet. And I enjoy that, I love him for that, and I continue to urge him to do more. He's done a lot. I think Lagos State has the largest dressing. Show disrespect to womanhood and to themselves and to the community. We must teach our children etiquette of dressing, speech, how to think and speak in a decent manner. We don't have it anymore. We're losing it, and it's shameful. Because people are appreciating naked women on the streets. Both sides. If people dress badly and you tell them and ignore them, they won't try the next time. For instance, I believe nobody can dress to come to my house or to come to my party like a naked woman. I will turn her back. I will turn her back. So that's the type of thing that we should all do. Let the people doing this know that we do not appreciate things like this. When the society itself corrects it, we must correct it individually. If their parents cannot correct it, we must, by ignoring them and not allowing them to come near us. Show our women that have contributed to the society. Yeah. Show them, showcase them, showcase them. Yeah. We have the first woman senior advocate of Nigeria. We have Okonjo. We have, in UN. We have all sorts. We have, what's this pharmaceutical woman? She's done so much. The younger ones are there. Little ones like Shadi Okoya is appealing to the eyes, not nakedness. That's my darling, this new CJN of Nigeria.
Okay.
Who do that? But I did talk about Kikiri. I mean, we're there. Female CJN. Yeah. And there are so many female chief judges all over the Federation. There are so many in the medical profession, in the engineering profession. We have pilots. So let them know that there is nothing that a woman cannot do. In IT, in everything, women are moving forward. We should showcase them. We should let their pictures be seen in our newspapers, in our news, in everything, to encourage young girls that you too can get there. If they don't see, and if they don't know the history of these women, how they got there, they too will not be inspired. We have to inspire the young people with the achievements of women achievers. Kekere rose from magistrate to right to the top. I admire her. She's well composed, well behaved. Some of these people, when they become something, they lose their heads. They start being, no, she's so respectful, well behaved, well dressed. I don't think she would allow herself or her children to come out naked. Never. So people like that, Okonjo Iweala the same. We have a lot.
Days of humanity when people roamed the earth unclothed, to the Stone Age when leaves and natural materials were used for modesty, clothing has undergone a remarkable transformation. As we progress to the weaving of fabrics and the art of textile printing, Ankara emerged as one of the earliest and most distinctive forms of attire. Today, Ankara has evolved beyond its origins, becoming a significant cultural symbol for various ethnic groups, states, and nations. Ankara, more than just a fabric, it's a symbol of pride and culture for millions across West Africa, deeply embedded in their identity and heritage. I bet you've been in touch with this fabric one way or the other, but have you ever asked where and how it all began? The journey and history of Ankara is what we are about to uncover, and how it became a powerful emblem of African heritage. The story of Ankara begins not in Africa, but thousands of miles away in Indonesia, using the batik techniques. Batik is an ancient Indonesian art from where wax is used to create different patterns on fabric. The process involves applying wax to certain areas of the fabric to resist dye, creating elaborate designs. In the 19th century, Dutch colonizers who controlled Indonesia recognized the appeal of batik and then sought to replicate it. They adapted the technique using industrial methods such as roller printing to to produce the fabric more efficiently and in larger quantities. Talking about its transition to West Africa, Dutch manufacturers initially aimed to sell the printed batik fabric in Indonesia and Europe. However, fabric found a more enthusiastic market in West Africa, where it was embraced for its vibrant colors and patterns. The Dutch prints, while not initially popular in Europe, became highly prized in West African countries, evolving into what is now known as Ankara. How about its cultural integration? Well, the exact individual or company responsible for introducing batik to the African market is not well documented, but over time, Ankara became deeply integrated into West African culture, symbolizing various aspects of identity, status, and tradition. Despite its Indonesian origins, it is now predominantly recognized as a quintessential element of African fashion. It is clear that the adaptation and adoption of batik by Dutch traders played a crucial role in the fabric's journey to West Africa. By the early 20th century, these vibrant fabrics had become deeply embedded in the West African culture, from bustling markets to family gatherings. Ankara was more than just clothing. It was a statement of identity, social status, and unity. Even today, Ankara continues to hold a special place in West African society, alongside other widely recognized fabrics, reflecting the region's rich textile heritage. Talking about human civilization and the remarkable transformation of covering our body, Ankara fabric stands out with a deep historical roots. Let's take a look at some of the beautiful collections and hear from one of the biggest retailer in Balogun markets, Lagos Island.
I deal in what you call it, Ankara fabrics. We have the bigger one, which is vegetable block wax. That's the bigger range. You have the medium range. There are also vegetable block wax. So those are the two types of category that we sell. We buy from wholesalers, which is on the mainland. Then we resell. Like people use it for ashwebi. Some people use it for ready to wear, like tailors. They use it for ready to wear. And some people just buy it for maybe like a mini celebration, or in short, all celebration, all ceremony and celebration. So this one now, this is a medium high target, vegetable block wax. This is a medium one. If you touch it, you see the texture. It's not that 100% cotton. So compared to this one is a big one. Yeah. So when you touch it, you see the difference. This big one, this medium.
This is big, this is medium.
Yes. That's the difference. This has more quality than this. So that's the difference. And it's not that this one is bad. It's just that some people's pockets that will determine if you can go for big. Some don't like the medium one, so they go for this. They based on this. Buy some that can't afford this, just buy this.
So the rest is just about design.
Yes.
The two types that you have here.
Yes.
The rest is just about design, different designs.
It's not.
As West Africa gained independence in the 1960s, Ankara's popularity soared. It became a symbol of African pride, a rejection of colonial influences, and an embrace of cultural heritage. From everyday wear to high fashion, Ankara represented a new era of self-expression.
We are playing with this machine. We have this time, so you can leave it for 5 minutes, you can leave it for 3 minutes, depends on how strong you want it to be. So, and as long as you can keep it for that a couple of times, That's how it will last.
Will last, okay.
And another thing that make it fade off easily is washing machine.
Oh.
Yeah, when you are using a washing machine.
So it should be hand washed, not...
not the strong wash. You know, Ankara is not something that, especially when it's adult clothes, you know, it's not something that you rub on the floor. It's also some particular places to wash.
Ankara is for both sex, male and female. And we have adopted it as an African one. Even some of our brothers abroad is taking it outside to show as an African way. A lot of people see it as the easiest fabric that you can take and make anything that you want out of it. That's why no matter how dog the market is, there are influx of it's going out. And you know it's not only in Lagos, when you bring it out, other people will say, people with all sorts of places. So that is how it spread. So you'll be surprised that you're sitting down here, you will see design today, tomorrow you come, you don't see it again. So there are some trends in Ankara, there are some outfit that is like, well, you can't specify now because anybody can wear anything, but you see some colors that are too sharp. You say that is outside color. Igbos like dull color, yellowish, and you know there are some like this one that is here now. Is an Igbo uniform. That's fragrance stuff. An Igbo uniform. If you see, go to.
Okay.
If you go to function, you see things like that. And if you go to market, it's a separate, and the price is different. It doesn't move like the others. Okay. So you have to buy with caution.
Today, Ankara is not just a fabric, it's a global phenomenon, worn by millions. It graces runways from Lagos to Paris, New York to Tokyo. As a symbol of African pride and identity, Ankara continues to evolve, influencing fashion, art, and culture worldwide. From its unexpected beginnings in Indonesia to becoming a powerful symbol of African identity, Ankara's journey is a proof to the resilience and creativity of West Africa. However, as we move forward, what challenges and opportunities lie ahead for this iconic fabric? Join us in the next episode as we explore the current state of Ankara production and the hurdles it faces into this global market. I am Grace Komalafe. See you again.
A very good afternoon to you and welcome to the World News, reaching you live from our studios at the commercial city of Lagos. I am Oyinpriye Krumale. Let's begin with today's top stories. President Bola Tinubu hails Sanwo-Olu's visionary leadership as he marks the 60th birthday. Still, President Bola Tinubu projects Nigeria as key exporter to China in non-oil materials. Nigeria and South Africa, two biggest economies in the continent, strengthen energy ties at African Forum. And the Gold Coast, Ghana, completes a new power line for Ashanti region. And Britain to buy nuclear fighter jets ready to carry nuclear warheads across the country as it prepares for war. Welcome back. Many thanks for joining us. And now we begin from the home front, where President Bola Tinubu has praised Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu for his commitment to Lagos development as he marks his 60th birthday. In a statement released by his special advisor on information and strategy, Bayo Onanuga, Tinubu described Sanwo-Olu as a dedicated public servant who has remained faithful to the long-term vision of transforming Lagos into a modern city, efficient city. And the president highlighted key achievements under Sanwo-Olu's leadership, including the completion of the blue and red rail lines and the ongoing purple line project targeted at the Lekki corridor. He urged Governor to focus on completing major infrastructure projects such as the 4th Mainland Bridge and the Freedom Way to Victoria Garden City. President Tinubu also wished him continued good health and years of service to the state and the country. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, who began his political journey under Tinubu's mentorship, has served in several strategic roles in Lagos, including as Commissioner and Managing Director of Lagos State Property Development Corporation. His steady rise and developmental focus were credited as vital to Lagos' ongoing transformation. The President Bola Tinubu has said that Nigeria is positioned to become a net exporter to China within the next 5 years, following China's removal of import tariff on goods from 53 African countries, including Nigeria. Speaking at the Nigerian-China Sustainable Business Bilateral Trade and Investment Summit in Lagos, President Tinubu, represented by Joseph Tegbe, outlined massive Chinese investments in agriculture, manufacturing, and electric vehicle components worth over $10 billion. He emphasized that Nigeria must use this opportunity to reindustrialize and grow exports to China's vast consumer market. Tinubu called for strong legislative backing to unlock trade benefits, including tariff reforms, investment incentives, and policies supporting agro-tech, digital trade, and climate resilience. He stressed the need to strengthen infrastructure and industrial policy laws to align with China's Belt and Road Initiative, leveraging key assets like the Lekki deep sea ports. The Speaker of the House of Representatives and the Minister of Foreign Affairs also pledged support, calling for reciprocal trade deals and framework to position Nigeria competitively on the global stage. Moving on, Nigeria has deepened its agricultural ties with Brazil through the $1 billion Green Imperative project aimed at deploying mechanized farming solutions nationwide. Vice President Kashim Shettima praised the initiative during the second Nigeria-Brazil's strategic dialogue in the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, describing it as a turning point for bilateral relations built on practical cooperation. He stressed the need for results-driven agreements with timelines, noting that the project's potential to boost food security, job creation, and agricultural productivity across the country. Meanwhile, the House of Representatives passed a bill for second reading to make agricultural science a core subject in all Nigerian secondary schools. Sponsored by Alex Igbona of Cross River State, the bill aligns with President Tinubu's renewed hope agenda on food security and economic recovery. Igbona argued that compulsory agricultural education will combat youth unemployment and prepare students for careers in the sector. The bill now waits further legislative action by the House Committee on Education, according to reports. Now, the Bank of Industry has launched a sustainable finance framework to support climate resilience and inclusive economic growth in Nigeria. The framework aligns with global sustainability principles and is designed to channel investments into projects that deliver both financial returns and positive environmental and social outcomes. According to the Bank of Industry, it reflects a strategic shift toward financing enterprises that embrace responsible practices in areas like clean energy, healthcare, digital infrastructure, and agro-processing. The initiative supports the Bank of Industry's 2025 to 2027 strategy and enables the bank to raise green, social, and sustainability bonds under global standards such as those set by the International Capital Market Association. It has also received independent validation from S&P Global Ratings, boosting investor confidence. Through this, the Bank of Industry plans to unlock blended finance, empower inclusive businesses, and support national goals, including job creation, gender equity, and export growth. The BOI's framework is built on a triple bottom line model: people, planet, and profit, and integrate its internal environmental, social, and governance policies. The bank says this move positions it as a fully sustainable development financial institution and strengthens its commitment to transforming Nigeria's industrial landscape through long-term impact. You're still watching the world news on Souq News Television. We'll go on a break. When we return to bring you more stories from across Africa and the Middle East. Do stay with us.
Welcome to the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC. ADSC is an organization focused on training and research to advance sustainable development and growth in Africa. We exist to facilitate customized training, research, and study exchanges worldwide on leadership, management, and critical development issues. The center offers a platform for the exchange of ideas and best practices. Our comprehensive services encompass research, consultancy, capacity building, training, and education programs, as well as publishing and disseminating development-related knowledge. Our faculty consists of experts and researchers with extensive experience in policy formulation, implementation techniques, and monitoring and evaluation. Our methodology involves talks, individual and group exercises, games, video screenings, and discussion seminar sessions in a cozy atmosphere, making learning enjoyable for our participants. For more information, email us at info@adstudiecenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website at www.adstudiecenter.com to learn more about our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Welcome back. If you just joined us, this is the World News reaching you live from our studios at Souq News Television. Nigeria and South Africa are intensifying energy collaboration as both nations push for a more integrated African power grid and sustainable energy growth across the continent. This was the highlight of discussions at the 2025 Africa Energy Forum in Cape Town, where Nigeria's Minister of Power, Adebayo Adelabu, held key meetings with his South African counterpart and the international energy stakeholders. In a closed-door ministerial roundtable meeting, Adelabu emphasized Nigeria's policy-led approach to energy transition, pointing to the recently approved National Integrated Electricity Policy as a foundation for harmonizing generation, transmission, and distribution systems, including plans for gas to power and renewables. He also reaffirmed Nigeria's balanced energy strategy, pursuing decarbonization without abandoning its hydrocarbon resources. Adelabu noted that the grid upgrades, renewable energy integration, and decentralized solutions like mini-grids are top investment targets during a bilateral talks between Nigeria and South Africa. They agreed to present a unified African voice at the global energy platforms like the G20 and explore cooperations on market reforms, PPP-based grid financing, and enhanced regional power pool coordination. Adilabu also held separate meetings with the UK's Deputy Trade Commissioner, the IFC, Canada's ambassador, and Siemens Energy, all aimed at expanding Nigeria's energy partnerships. He reiterated that Nigeria is positioning itself to lead Africa's energy future with a focus on access, sustainability, and long-term prosperity. The Electricity Company of Ghana has completed a new power distribution line from the Afari substation to Nkawe to strengthen electricity supply across the Atwima Nwabiegia South municipality in the Ashanti region. The project, worth 2,760,000 Ghanaian cedis, involved the installation of 92 11-meter poles, 3 12-meter poles, a new 11-kilovolt feeder line, and supporting infrastructure. The regional manager for Electricity Company of Ghana in Ashanti West, George Amawa, said the new line will solve long-standing issues of low voltage and unstable power supply caused by heavy reliance on the distant Agogo substation. He added that the upgrade will reduce technical losses, improve voltage equality, and increase customer satisfaction in communities including Nkawie, Toase, Mpatsita, and Gyankoba. And the Bidapur electricity users in the area are also encouraged to report any fault through the Electricity Company of Ghana, a contact center or mobile applications. Now, the World Bank has warned that Kenya's heavy state control in key business sectors, undermining private sector growth and worsening economic risks, is in its leveling field, the playing field. The report, the bank said that it noted that more than half of Kenya's top enterprises in retail, hospitality, and manufacturing areas are state-owned, giving them unfair advantage through favorable regulations. The report stressed that this dominance discourages competition, limits innovation, and reduces private investment. It also flagged similar issues in South Africa, Ethiopia, Uganda, and Ghana, where government businesses are crowding out private operators. Beyond control, the World Bank raised alarm over rising public debt, listing Kenya, Ghana, and Ethiopia as high-risk countries. That bank warned that without urgent reforms, debt burdens and corruption could trigger default risks, rising poverty levels, and long-term economic decline. Still in the continent of Africa, the Zambian government is actively exploring alternative sources of oil to protect the country from potential supply disruptions after Iran approved a motion to close the Strait of Hormuz. The strategic waterway handles nearly 25% of the global seaborne oil and 20% of the LNG shipments. Any blockade could trigger a global energy crisis, Zambia's Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry, Chipoka Mulenga, says that the government is already engaging with countries like Nigeria and Angola to secure cheaper and more reliable fuel sources. He confirmed that Nigeria's large refinery was a point of discussion during a recent diplomatic visit. Mulenga also said Zambia is interested in investing in Angola's planned refinery to gain long-term access to refined oil products, while logistical routes and partnerships are also being reviewed to ensure affordability and accessibility. Now, China's Premier Li Qiang has raised alarm over rising global trade tensions, warning that protectionism policies and economic frictions are deepening worldwide. Speaking at the World Economic Forum in Tianjin, Premier Li Qiang said that the global cooperation is under threat, stressing that no country can grow or prosper alone. In today's connected economy, Li's remarks come as Beijing aims for a 5% growth rate this year, an ambitious target that many economists say may be difficult to achieve. The Chinese economy, the world's second largest economy, has faced sluggish consumer demand, a weakened real estate sector, and the increased pressure from the United States tariff. The premier defended China's role in stabilizing global markets, saying domestic efforts are underway to expand consumer spending and transform the country into a consumption-driven economy. Meanwhile, the World Economic Forum leaders have echoed similar concerns, warning that the world may be entering into a period of slower, more fragmented growth due to geopolitical tensions and changing trade dynamics. The forum continues this week with world and business leaders debating how to sustain global cooperation in time of growing economic nationalism. We'll go on a break, and when we return, we'll bring you more stories. This is Souq World News. To stay with us. Welcome back. Many thanks for joining us on the New World News at Souqnews Television. Moving on, the United Kingdom has slashed its carbon emissions by over 50% since 1990. According to a new report from the Climate Change Committee, a body advising the government on environmental progress, the report attributes most of the reduction to the shift from coal-fired power plants to renewable energy sources, with electric vehicles and tree planting also contributing to recent gains. However, it warns that rising emissions from aviation now outweigh the entire power sector's output, posing a threat to future targets. Although much of the success came under the previous Conservative government, the committee praised the current Labour Party-led administration for key reforms. These include lifting barriers on renewable energy and reinstating the 2030 phase-out of petrol and diesel vehicles. The Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, has pledged an 81% cut in greenhouse gases by 2035, but experts said that the UK must now focus on sectors like road transport, heating, and agriculture to meet that goal. Now, Britain is set to acquire 12 F-35A fighter jets capable of carrying tactical nuclear weapons. The first time its Air Force will have such capability was last since 1998. Prime Minister Keir Starmer says that the move marks the country's biggest expansion of its nuclear deterrent in a generation, citing rising global threats and the need to take more responsibility for European security. The F-35As, made by Lockheed Martin, will complement Britain's existing submarine-based nuclear system. Officials said that the jets will be fitted to carry U.S.-supplied B-61 tactical nuclear warheads and support NATO's dual-capable aircraft program. The announcement came during a NATO summit where allies are pushing to raise defense spending by 5% of national income. Britain has pledged to meet that target by 2035, warning that it must actively prepare for war at home for the first time in decades. The deal is worth nearly £1 billion and is expected to support 20,000 jobs across the UK. This expanded deterrence comes as Western allies face growing hostility from Russia, renewed conflict in the Middle East, and the shift in the United States' defense posture globally. And in the world of sports, Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has declared open the 23rd African Fencing Championship, which kicked off today at the Charter House, Lagos, and will run until Sunday, June 29. The championship marks a major milestone, as it is only the third time the continental event is being hosted in sub-Saharan Africa. Over 150 athletes from 18 African countries are participating, with host nation Nigeria fielding 12 fencers, including United States-based Nkosi Bro. The top officials said that from the International Fencing Federation, including the Vice President Novak Perovic and the Secretary General Gulnor Saidova are present. They are joined by African Fencing Confederation President Ndaye Mbanik and British Fencing Federation President Patricia Ayenuro. Underscoring the tournament's global relevance, Egypt, the most successful fencing nation of the continent, arrived with the largest team led by Olympic medalist Mohamed El Sayed and junior world champion Mohamed El Sayed. Nigeria Fencing Federation President Adeyinka Samuel expressed appreciation to sponsors and the government for their support. He highlighted the role of the Charterhouse Lagos, which also hosted the 2024 World Cup, in advancing Nigeria's presence on the global fencing map. The event is expected to boost local interest in the sport and inspire institutional investment in youth development. Many thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms of Souq News Television, and that's where we draw the curtain on the world news on Souq News TV. I'm Oyin Priya Krumale. Good afternoon to you.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to watch, always watch Souq News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Boggaballs, and please keep watching Souq News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East. Souq News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching Souq News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
Yes, it's a beautiful day. It's a fantastic day. It's an awesome day. And we are super, super excited. Guess what? It is the Femi Walsh Prestige Partnership that is being flagged off right here at the Federal Palace Hotel. Oh, my God.
Well, that thing sums awesomeness. We're being at a place where every conversation about Nigeria's independence happened. And then also thinking about royalty, you know, things that make us feel like we're kings and queens when we come into this place. I mean, I'm oozing at this point.
You know, talk about the scenery, the ambience, the rooms. This hotel is actually really, really good. And the fact that Femi Walsh is partnering with Federal Palace Hotel doesn't just give me the chills, like, it makes me happy. Happy.
We're going to be having exclusive events, coverage, and we're going to bring in our expertise to come and give them that edge amongst...
that finesse.
Taking the brand globally through our media. My God. It's not something you want to miss out on this journey that I just started. We're going places, sis.
The Federal Palace Hotel was established in 1960 and constructed by the A.G. Leventis Group. Perhaps one of the most notable thoughts about Federal Palace is that it was used as the venue for independent celebration of Nigeria in 1960. Over the years, the Federal Palace has now become a world-class ultra-modern facility with a touch of elegance. The hotel, which has been recognized nationally and internationally, has become a tourist attraction for many. Perhaps this is the reason Femi Walsh Group decided to partner with the Federal Palace by supporting the hotel with resources and equipment for coverage of all the hotel's events. The president and CEO of Femi Walsh Group, Victor Oluwafemi Walsh, accompanied by the vice president, Idahosa Osamanze, paid a visit to the hotel during the exhibition of the popular Iriri Arts Gallery. It was a day of joy for each each of the artists to see that the president of Femi Walsh Group was actually fascinated by their art pieces. Of the Arts Gallery also expressed his enthusiasm and joy, highlighting the exciting prospects and opportunities arising from the partnership.
Thank you so much, Souq TV, for coming over. It is about celebrating art and creativity. We themed it Luxury and Legacies exhibition. Luxury, as we all know, art is luxury, and the legacies that are left behind by artists are their crafts. So that is why we themed it Luxuries and Legacies exhibition.
Ambassador Victor Walsh encouraged your artists while commending their creativity. The general manager, Herman Britt, was excited at the collaboration between Femi Walsh Group and the Federal Palace Hotel, exchanged pleasantries with the president, and told Souqnews TV about his joy.
The energy is fantastic, and the support that you've given us is absolutely superb. So, yeah, watch this space, and your support is valued, and I love the partnership that you guys give us. So, looking forward to the journey with you guys.
Other members of the senior management of Federal Palace who were on hand to receive the ambassador and members of the Femi Walsh team include Temitokpe Ifiodun, HR Manager, Billy Uguechi, Events and Banqueting Manager, Chef Chris Onyanu, the Executive Chef of Federal Palace, Oluwatoyin Sulaiman, Housekeeping Manager, Dotun Arogundade, Digital Sales Executive. Each of this senior management staff shared their feelings about the collaboration.
We're actually so excited about this partnership with Souq News. It's going to, be beneficial for both Federal Palace Hotel and Souq News. And we know that all our new offerings will be extended to the larger world. We are actually doing things differently now. Federal Palace is actually doing a lot of things differently now. Our staff are ready to give the best of the best services to our guests.
To cover our events and take care of Federal Palace in terms of media and all that.
The Femi Walsh Group, consisting of all the different subsidiaries like Souqnews TV, the ALFM, Novacraft, and the machinery, look forward to doing great things with Federal Palace Hotel as we kick off the Prestige Partnership.
We're going places, and yes, with Femi Walsh Prestige Partnership, what we want to do is make sure that we're giving the clients of Federal Palace the best of the best of the very best in terms of coverage, streaming, videography, photography. So if you have a wedding ceremony coming up, you got the birthday party coming up, whatever you have coming up, all you got to do is make sure you contact Femi Walsh, because we give you the best of the best of the very, very best.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup.
Keep watching.
My name is Uyai. I'm a textured artist, and keep watching Souq News.
My name is Alexander Beja, and keep watching Souq News.
Karim Joseph Aramide is my name. I'm a visual artist, and I'm going to tell you this: keep watching Souq.
Hello, I'm Billy Macaulay Oguchi of Federal Palace Hotel. I'm the Banqueting and Events Manager. Keep watching Souq News.
I'm Temitokpe Ifiodun, HR Manager of Federal Palace Hotel. Keep watching Souq News.
Thank you, guys. See you soon.
Directors, President, Nigerian Guild of Editors, distinguished editors, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Mr. Chairman, as part of your engagement, to engage with various stakeholders. You have met with various groups, and another critical group that you are meeting today are members of the Nigerian Guild of Editors. Of course, you had a meeting with NUG, where they selected journalists from states of the Federation, where you share your vision and also seek for their support. It's the same thing we are here today. Editors, before you is the chairman of the ICPC. Before becoming the chairman of ICPC, he was the Commissioner of Justice in Jigawa State. And he has a vision that he intends to unveil, or he wants you to help him so that he achieve this vision. Dr. Musa Ali San is currently pursuing a vigorous restructuring of the ICPC that requires your support, your understanding. And that is why I came to Lagos purposely to meet with you and to seek for that support. Distinguished editors, I present you as one of you. I present you the chairman of ICPC and Dr. Musa Ali San. Mr. Chairman, you are welcome, sir.
The management staff of ICPC, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm really happy and delighted to be in the midst of these distinguished Nigerians. And I have to say that we at ICPC, we really cherishes and greatly values the partnership with you all, because we know that you are really great and valuable because of the role which our Grand Norm has given to the media. And there is no doubt that your dedication to exposing corruption and enhancing our efforts has been crucial in fostering a more transparent society. And our decision to come here today is part of our determination to strengthen our partnership. That's why this breakfast meeting is not merely an event, but any affirmation of our shared mission to combat corruption and uphold integrity in Nigeria. And your support for the ICPC in delivering its statutory mandates, including its robust activities and initiatives in fighting corrupt practices and other related offenses in Nigeria, is really commendable, because you have been really helpful in enlightening Nigerians about the problem of corruption. And I'm personally filled with gratitude that the media has continued to positively boost the ICPC's anti-corruption public communication efforts. Your investigative reports, analysis, and overall dedication to truth have helped in exposing corrupt practices, because there are a lot of stories that you published which help us in our investigation. And most of these stories, they have led us to discovering some massive challenges that is facing, or that are facing our public sector. And if I may recall, there is one whereby it has to do with our youth. A contract supposed to be executed for the benefit of our youth, but the humongous amount of money was diverted. And it was as a result of one of you we discovered the challenge. So I thank you for the contribution. As we salute your commitment to the crusade against corruption, ICPC under my leadership is really serious to ensure the sustenance and heightening of our collaboration with you. And the media is not merely an observer, you are a frontline partner in the fight. And over the years, ICPC has adopted a strategic communication approach in line with Section 36 of the 1999 Constitution as amended and Section 27, Sub 4 of the ICPC Act. And these laws ensure the protection of suspects' rights while remaining strict, diligent, and stand in our actions. And ICPC will remain resolute in propagating the rule of law and protecting human dignity. And also, ICPC under my leadership prioritizes the protection of whistleblowers and the integrity of investigations. And transparency is a cornerstone of our work, and we will continue to provide verified information through official channels, which include press releases, newsletters, and our digital platforms. May I quickly review some of our engagement last year? Last year, because I was Attorney General, and I rallied my former colleagues, we had a meeting in Abuja, whereby we look at the challenge of corruption at subnational. We reviewed the problems and also agreed that we need to work together. As a former Attorney General, I know that they are critical because they are the chief law officers of the states. That is why I engaged them. And after the meeting we had in Abuja, we started the zonal engagement. We had one in Kano for the Northwest, where we discussed challenges around corruption within the zone. And also this year we are going to the other geopolitical zones to have similar deliberations. And also in September this year we are going to sit down and review what we have done to see how can we partner. Because I feel the attorneys general are critical. And as chief law officers, they need to work together with us, because by Section 15 of the Constitution, all of us are supposed to put heart on deck in order to fight corruption and also to see how can we tackle abuse of office. And also, I had engagement with Nigerian Institute of the NIPR, the Nigerian Union of Journalists, ICANN, Nigerian Bar Association, and various stakeholders on how can we partner in the fight against corruption. Because no single entity can fight corruption. We need to work together. So that is why I reach out to various stakeholders to ensure that we are on the same page. And last year, we were able to reach out fiscally 1,458,000 individuals through our 579 sensitization exercise conducted under our community engagement programs. And we issued about 188 press releases. And also the Commission experienced increased followership in our social media platforms. And also we introduced what we call ethics pods, a podcast, whereby we are sensitizing Nigerians around the issue of corruption. And also, there is no way we can succeed without having planning. Our strategic action plan 2024 to 2028 was unveiled last year, whereby we gathered stakeholders and discussed it, because that will be our focus on how we can work. And our strategic action plan is in line with the National Anti-Corruption Strategy, which has 5 pillars: corruption prevention, issue of enforcement and punishment, ethical orientation, and also enlisting public support of Nigerians, so that, and also recovery of proceeds of crime and management. And this is the area whereby we have upscaled our activities to see that we trace, recover, and manage the process of crime, and also to remit it back to the Consolidated Revenue Fund, so that we won't allow those allegedly took away what did not belong to them to go away with it. Because if you allow them, once they accumulate the process of crime, no doubt they will use it and also to fight back. And also they will deprive Nigerians with what they are supposed to have in the issue of infrastructure. So that's why we focus seriously in that area of recovery of process of crime. And also ICPC, as you know, that it has laudable programs. And one of the key issues which I focus is that I ensure that I consolidate all what the previous chairman of ICPC have done, from late Justice Mustafa Akambi to Professor Wasoni. I ensure that all their programs are intact, and I'm building up, so that I want to ensure that we maintain that organizational culture of ICPC, and also for me to enhance what they did, most especially to focus on digital transformation, because this is an area whereby we need to use technology in the fight against corruption, most especially in the area of analytics, artificial intelligence, that we'll be able to analyze huge data. And I'm sure you're aware of the constituency and executive project tracking, which ICPC is well known about it. And I know last year we were able to track over 1,500 projects, which has value of over 600 billion naira. And so that at least Nigerians can get good quality projects that is in the budget. And also the Ethic and Integrity Compliance Scorecard, which is an initiative of ICPC, which measure institutions adherence to ethical standards. We released the results, and I have seen the impact, because most of head of agencies that have not done well, they reach out. Chairman, why? What are our challenges? Can you help us to see that we overcome these problems? Which is really good, because I have never thought that it will have that impact. And why? Because of you here. You have gave it wide publicity. So because of that, most of the head of agencies now, they reach out. Please, how can we do well next year? So I thank you for the assistance. And also our sexual harassment prevention program, which is tackling corruption linked to abuse of power. Last year, I know that we had engagement with the civil society, where the ministers of the Minister of Education, then Professor Tahir Mamman, and the State Minister Yusuf Tonko Sununu, they were there. The former Minister of Affairs was there, and also over 20 commissioners of education across the country, they attended, because we discussed the challenge around the problem of sexual harassment, most especially in our tertiary institutions, because our students are victims of this challenge. So that's why ICPC has been doing its grades in that area, so that we ensure that we help our students, we protect them from sexual harassment. And I'm sure that you are aware that currently there is one of the senior academics that is facing trial at Abuja Federal High Court on this issue of sexual harassment. So, and we are determined to ensure that where there is credible evidence, any sexual harassment complaint tabled before us, we will make our efforts to ensure that we investigate it and also take the matter to court where there is evidence. Then there is our Anti-Corruption and Transparency Unit, Act 2, that they have been doing well in the various MDAs in order to help in ensuring that there is transparency and accountability in MDAs in this country. Then, when I came in, I tried to bring up my policy, which I call it Care for Impact, to ensure that ICPs as an agency, I consolidate the good culture of that agency, and also an agency which is unaccountable, responsible, and efficient in approaching all issues that are coming before us. So that one too is something that I unveiled last year, and we have been using it. Now, recently, we are aware of the decision of the Supreme Court about the local government autonomy. So we have looked at the decision, and also we have been having various engagement with civil society to see how can we give our quota, how can we control our quota in ensuring that the local government autonomy operates the way it's supposed to. And also, how can we follow what are happening in the local government councils. And we are trying to bring up what we call corruption prevention program for local governments, whereby we'll monitor activities at all the 774 local government areas in this country. One problem we notice is that in this era of technology, there are only 7 local government areas in this country that have functional websites. So we feel that is not right. So we will now try to see how can we use technology to force the local government council to make information available to Nigerians so that Nigerians can follow what they are doing. You, also the editors and other media stakeholders, can be able to follow what are they doing so that we will monitor if there are issues, questions can be asked. We too, we can follow because we don't have the enough manpower to go over all the 774 local government areas. But we feel technology can help us. And we know that practically, I don't think there are procurement processes in our local government councils. This is an area where we need to look at. And also, we will ensure that there are mechanisms around control of corruption, around the issue of finances of local government councils. So we will team up with the media, with the civil society to ensure that information are available. Nigerians know what is happening so that at least it will reduce the challenge of corruption at local government level. Last 2 weeks, we are in Gombe, myself and Ola, the chairman of the EFCC. And we discussed around the challenges at local government level. So, and we are determined to ensure that we focus there so that Nigerians at the local level can get the dividend of democracy. And even recently, we have been facing challenges around the issue of this local government autonomy because there is even one caretaker local government chairman whom we charged to court because after the decision of the Supreme Court, he continued to spend government money to award contracts despite the fact that the Supreme Court said, look, stop. And also we know how challenging this issue of local autonomy has been since 1999. But ICPs as an agency, we will ensure that by virtue of Section 287 of the Constitution, we have the power to ensure that the decision of the Supreme Court is implemented fully. And also, I'm appealing to those who are making attempts not to comply with the decision of the African Court to please desist. Because Supreme Court is the last court. Once it delivers a judgment, we must comply. That's what is rule of law. because ICPC will continue to monitor and investigate, because any caretaker local government chairman from 11th of July 2024 who spent public funds, who award contract, that is corruption, because you don't have the mandate. And also the Apex Court has already spoken, so we must comply. Now, in my 1 year in office, there are a lot of international engagements which ICPC engage in. And in one of the engagements is that last year in September, we had an event in Beijing, China, whereby there is Global Network. Global Network is a coalition of over 200 anti-corruption agencies across the globe from 124 countries. And I had the privilege of leading ICPC delegation and Nigeria, whereby Nigeria participated in an election of steering committee member, and Nigeria was elected as one of the top steering committee member of that global network. And also, one area which I made mention that we have been focusing is the issue of asset recovery. Asset recovery is really area whereby we in Africa, we must focus on it, because we have seen how our own resources have been taken outside the continent, going to the global north. So that was why at the African Union level, if you may recall, in 2015, there is Thabo Mbeki high-level committee, whereby the heads of state of African countries agree that there is need for a forum of asset recovery practitioners in Africa. And the processes of bringing up the forum, it was last year that the forum was established in Ethiopia, Addis Ababa, and I was elected as one of the representatives of West Africa, whereby we met in Arusha, Tanzania in November, whereby I was elected as the interim chair of that forum to try to galvanize the 55 African countries and corruption agencies to ensure that we come together to see how can we help Africa to recover and repatriate stolen assets that are kept somewhere else. And we agree that, look, apart from slavery, which is our own human resources that was taken to other continents, there are a lot of stolen assets of Africa outside the shore of Africa. And we know what is happening. Whenever you want to trace and recover, the experts outside Africa will charge you huge amount of money to recover all professional fee to recover those stolen assets. So that was why we say, no, we need to come together as Africans. Let us identify our experts within the continent. If we need somebody to trace, Nigeria doesn't have the expert. It can look for Ghana, Kenya, or any other African country. Do you have the expert? Yes. So that's why we are coming together to see that we trace, recover, and repatriate the stolen assets. Also, we'll keep on raising this issue of stolen assets at various fora, because the United Nations Convention Against Corruption has already backed the issue of stolen assets that we need to recover it. So this is an area whereby that I'm chairing now, and we are trying to see how we will make efforts to see that it has seen the light of the day. And distinguished editors, we know that corruption thrives where there is silence or in silence. But your voices are the ones that can shatter that silence. Your role in shaping public perception and holding institutions accountable cannot be overstated. The more Nigerians see what you write, what your opinion about this issue of corruption, the better for us. Because they will be enlightened, they will know what is happening, they will ask questions, and that will put us on our toes. That will minimize the challenge of corruption. Because we at ICPC, we are trying to see how can we use our mission to diminish corrupt practices through our public mobilization, our own doggedness in investigation, and also to ensure that we follow rule of law. We will be patient in investigation. No matter how long it will take, we will do it slowly but surely. We will reach our destination. And also, we at ICPC will ensure that we deepen our own relationship with you, the media. And I'm appealing to you to come to our aid. Try to understand the terrain we are working. It's not easy terrain. Whoever worked within that corruption cycle will know that it is not easy, because it is an area whereby you are fighting those who are already determined to continue to pilfer our resources. It's an area whereby those who engage in corrupt practices are really determined to peddle information that are not correct in order to try to bring controversies so that to divert the attention of the main issue. So fairness, hearing from the other side, is what will help us to discharge our mandate. And ICPC, for the past 25 years, has consistently maintained ensuring that there is fairness and the fair hearing, and also we do not engage in anything that will bring damage to people because of allegation against them. We will continue to ensure that we will be fair. If you ask questions, we will answer. And like I said, we are appealing to you to reason with us because of the terrain we are operating, which I know I don't need to elaborate. So that's why there is no way we will not come close to you. There is no way, because we need you, because Nigerians need to know what is happening. That will project the good image of our country. That will make foreign direct investment to come into our country. That will make our youth to have job. We know what is happening in this country. We know that a lot of youth are roaming on the streets looking for job. And the youth are the future leader of this country. So, and it is through you, by helping us to propagate our activities and also to bring issues that will project good image of this country. By doing that, we'll make Nigeria great, and also will tackle the challenge of our corruption. And conclusively, I want to emphasize that you mean a lot to us, and that we count on you as dependable partners in ensuring that Nigeria is corrupt-free, and also I'm sure that partnering with you will continue to help ICPC to move forward, and also ICPC will continue to record achievements, and we hope that the aspiration of Section 15 of the Constitution will be realized, where Nigeria will be a country free from corrupt practices and abuse of office. Thank you so much. Money and property last year, and I even know even this year too, we recovered some amount of money and also property. Even currently, we are tracing and marking some assets in one of the states where some people diverted public funds. Even this morning, I know that there is an amount of money which we recovered from the diversion of public funds. So we're talking about both the fixed and movable property. That's if you're talking within Nigeria. Even abroad, it is the same thing. Although during my time, ICPC did not recover any assets from taken outside the shores of Nigeria. But I know that we are collaborating with one of the African countries about money that was brought into Nigeria from that country. We are tracking and to trace the money so that we'll see how the money can be taken back to where it was brought in here. So this is what I can say. And some of the issues you raise are part of the problem. Like I said somewhere else, and I kept on saying, I will say it here. My first contact with public office is when I was Attorney General. That was when I now realized that all what I was thinking, when I came into contact with the reality, then I now realize that we Nigerians are part of the problem. One of the issues you raised about societal pressure. I'm not saying that it's a justification for any public officer to engage in corruption. But if you, I'm sure you have had one or two discussions with those who are holding public office. The kind of stress and pressure that public officers are undergoing in this country is too much. Because the family, the friends, associates expect you to give them money. And this is one of the factors that is now pushing those in public office to go into that. And I noticed that any public officer who resists, you are considered as awkward, very difficult, and they will keep on pressurizing you that if only people that are strong that can stand that pressure. And also some people too, they are even daring, will tell you, I was a victim when I was Attorney General. And I want to say it here, maybe the person who did it will hear an issue which I say, look, AG, we want you to do this thing. I say, sir, it's not even in public office, it's not even a public officer. I say, sir, I can't do this thing because my conscience will not allow me to do it. After they put pressure from different angles, okay, you are a young man. How? I don't want to destroy your career. And I say, sir, my career is not in your hand. It's in the hand of God, my Creator. And I left. What followed, it wasn't pleasant. I had to battle for more than 1 year of series of blackmail, from one blackmail to another, just because somebody wants to get money, and you can only get that money through me. And I was put under intense pressure to succumb, which I did not. What followed was I was put under serious stress. Now, the second problem is there is this theory. Whenever the corruption, if you look at it, if the benefit is high, the risk is low, people will keep on to engage. If people know that if you engage in corruption, it is really highly risky, you will lose your reputation in public. People will never consider you as somebody who has reputation in the society. people will be careful. If you know that the punishment is going to be very harsh, people will be careful. But if the risk is very low, the benefit is high, so people will continue to engage. So that is why we need to look how can we strengthen our laws to ensure that those who engage are punished seriously. And also, you, the media, you have the role to play in sensitizing Nigerians that those who are trying, please try to support them. And distinguished, I want to tell you that there are good people in this country. Every part of this country, there is no part of this country that I did not come across people that detest corruption, people that are serious, people that help me. I met a lot of people that are trying to see how can we help this thing, how can we fight this corruption, Chairman. But the problem is that the support from the public, sometimes people are not willing to support because they feel, you know, what you are doing is not worth it, and also because of the pressure, so people feel like, okay, let us leave you, go and do what. So this is second problem. And also, we need to see how can we fasten the judicial process, because it's law. It is not the law that is the problem, but rather some of us within the system, we try to put stumbling block in the judicial processes, bring in series of applications, truncate, so that you will see one case will take many years. Even the witness will be frustrated. You call a witness today, the matter is adjourned, and I'm not saying that it is the fault of the judges. No, it is all of us, the lawyers, and also other stakeholders, that we know if your client has an issue, as a lawyer, you know, because once you look at the facts and the proof of evidence, you'll be able to know that my client has an issue. Okay, how can we help him to face justice so that all the process of justice, the court and the system should be fair to him? But you will see that that slowing down is also another factor. That you will see somebody engage in corruption, when you take him to court, it will take many years. And before you know it, you will see another corruption case. And also another problem, especially in the public sector, I now notice, is that our public service rules also has a problem, because it has given a leeway that people engaging in corruption, there is no specific provision which provides that, look, once you are engaged in corruption, you should automatically be dismissed. But some, you will find that after ICPC are investigating an issue, it has taken somebody to court, even if you secure conviction, you will not realize that the agencies are not willing to edge out those people. They will leave them to continue working. Because I feel any public officer that is convicted, he is not supposed to continue working in public agency. He should go. If the Constitution will say that conviction of embezzlement and fraud attracts disqualification for a certain period of time, I think there is need. Any convict should not be allowed to work within the public service. It should just be aged out. And that is why now, as chairman of ICPC, we are now going to exploit the Code of Conduct, Bureau and Tribunal. Any public officer with secure conviction and the agency refuses to edge him out, we will send him to code of conduct because they have the power to edge him out. So there is another way so that we don't allow people to continue. So these and other issues are part of the problem why the problem of corruption will keep on coming and coming and coming. And also the institutions are really weak because there are a lot of vulnerabilities where people are exploiting in order to commit corrupt practices. That is why we need to focus on technology. Technology will be able to give you the thread. You will be able to know some of the things that are happening, most especially around procurement. This is an area whereby there is serious problem because of the laxity and the challenge around that. So that's why you will see that almost you will be seeing issues around procurement be raised in public sector. So this is also another factor that is bringing this issue of corruption to keep on going. And also there is international dimension too. Because if those who are taking or stealing the humongous amount of money, they don't have a place to hide it, then it will reduce. But they know that they can wear it somewhere else. And those countries, I keep on saying, when you say that we have challenge of corruption, why are you keeping the process of crime in your country? Why can't you turn them back? This is process of crime. Please take it back to your country because there is United Nations Convention Against Corruption. And it is a global legal instrument. But you will find out that when they wear the money outside the country, there are a lot of technicalities. MLA, other things that will be frustrated because the legal mechanisms are made in such a way that it's even very, very difficult for you to recover. So if they know that they cannot take it somewhere else, I think the problem might reduce. Okay, the constancy project, like I said, we have been investigating the issue because it's a challenge that has been with us for a long period of time. And from what I notice of why the challenge keep on coming is one of the issues you made mention. Because there was a time when member of National Assembly, he told me, say, Chairman, I have concern. I say, what is your concern? He said, it's about this your executive project tracking. You people are doing well. But I know why this issue will keep on coming. On that day, he was telling me the challenge he was facing. There was burial in his hometown. You need to contribute. He said, look, somebody had domestic accident. He called me. And so he kept on mentioning, he said, I'm not justifying, but the societal pressure on us is too much. That's why only those who are strong will resist. And I don't know whether that is part of the reason why we are having this challenge. And to be frank with you, we have noticed areas whereby some of them did not execute the projects. We have noticed whereby some of them, they did shoddy job. We have noticed whereby some of you notice that, like I keep on saying, a well is supposed to be digged in one place and somebody will just take it to his home farmland. We will see whereby street lights, instead of to be installed on the streets, somebody will put in his house. So these are challenges that are keep coming. And I know that there is one of the newspapers last year, they made a front page story that ICPC has failed to tackle this challenge. And I know that we have been doing our best. And we did a lot because we have recovered a lot. And even currently, I know that there is somebody who is facing trial. A child will file a charge against one of the former members of National Assembly. A former member is facing trial because of diversion. And also, we know that we have been going to ensure that if you do not execute the contract, you must go and do it. I know that there is a state whereby an ambulance was diverted. We ensure that it was taken to the hospital. I know where a lot of things, and that's why the strategy is good, in the sense that let us recover the proceeds of crime and put it into use. Because if you keep on filing charges and all these things, you will spend many years in court while the actual project will not be executed. And to be fair to them, if you confront them, you show them the proof. Honorable or distinguished, this is a project you're supposed to execute, you do not. Please direct the contractor to go back to site, or contractor go back to site. They go back. And recently, those who are being used, the contractors, I have been hard on them. If you allow money to be diverted through you, we are going to charge you now. You want to refund that money because you allow yourself to be used as conduit pipe. So we have been doing that and we have recovered a lot. And if I may say that the societal pressure, in my view, is one of the challenges, and also the weakness of the institutions. Because, to be frank, some of the heads of agencies, they allow themselves to be used in these challenges of constituency projects. Because if the head of agencies insists, once there is a contract awarded, that contract must be executed to the latter. Or you insist that you are not going to allow anything to be inserted in your budget, which is not out of your mandate. So if we will do that, then this thing will minimize. But if the head of agencies allow themselves to be used, then this thing will keep on happening. And ICPC, all the anti-corruption agencies, we don't have the capacity to follow all the projects. That's why you, as the media, you can expose. The public too, they need to follow their project, all your projects. If there's a project which is supposed to be done in your constituency or in your sector district, it was not done, raise it. And I don't think there is any public officer that you confront him with evidence that this amount of money was appropriated for a particular project and you do not execute, please go back and execute. You will not say, no, I'm not going to do that. I hope I have answered. We are doing it in such a way that we don't disrupt the financial system. So we do it in such a way that we don't allow you to continue with illegality and committing crime, so that we will save the banking system and also the public sector fund. Then on issue of Dubai, like you made mention, in my speech I made mention of proceeds of crime. And I alluded to the fact that the international legal regimes, the various laws of countries are the problem. Because for me, I kept on saying in various fora on corruption that look, if somebody steals our money and take it to your own country and you keep it, why are you telling me that we should come together and fight corruption? Why? Because you know, because your own, there is no your money in my country. So that's why you are saying we should join hands. Why I have traced and point out to you, this is the public funds taken to your own country. Why can't you give us our own? But because of the legal regimes. Sometimes it's tedious, it takes a lot of time, and there are a lot of, it's not even law alone, there are politics, there are diplomacy, so it is something which is even outside the realm of anti-corruption agencies alone, because you need a lot of stakeholders. I know recently there are countries that I am the one who have been following that, look, let us sign an MOU with you, because we have noticed our funds are being taken to your own countries. And they agree. There are some 1 or 2 countries that I know that we are about to complete signing an MOU because of what we have noticed.
Also here, as a media owner, here with my team, we have a radio station and also a television station. I want to commend your efforts. For you to meet with the media shows you are transparent. It shows you are accountable. I don't have any question to ask you because I'm part of the team. It is not cheap to fight corruption. It's very, very expensive. Fighting corruption is also very, very complex. It's not as easy as we used to say it. It is only the person that is wearing the shoe that will know where
pitches
is. So I commend your efforts and I pray for more grace that God should color your efforts. Everything is in your favor, the age, the energy, you have the capacity, and you have the right team to help you to drive it. You have the right team to drive it. Finally, you have this advice. You can't do it alone. You need to also rely on the outside team to help you to drive your dreams, your plans, and goals, especially in the area of the media. I suggest maybe you could have something like a strategic media public enlightenment committee. Comprises, of course, the media team as well, stakeholders. You have a committee who also help you spread your good news. Also help you spread your good news either in the public sector, in the private sectors, and all that. Because if you say you want to work with media like you would like to work to, it's very, very expensive. But when you have the committees, selected committee, media team, editors, and also for the private sector and public sector, they will help you to achieve your dreams and goals. So you have our support, and like I said, God will color your efforts. God bless you, sir.
Thank you.
Angry ones and the pastors. Let me just add to your to-do list. I had 2 questions written down, but after Ikechukwu gave his lecture, I decided to calm down. You talked about, before I round up, and thank you for coming, judges advising you to go settle out of court. The biggest problem, one of the biggest problems with corruption in Nigeria are those judges. Recently, I think it was the Chief Justice of Nigeria who said election cases constitute about 70 or 80% of the cases they have in their docket, which suggests that election cases are very lucrative for them. So you have to put your searchlight on the judiciary. Then number 2, your constituency, the legal profession. Please, MBA has, from all accounts, a vibrant lawyer, Afam Osigwe. Engage him, collaborate with him. MBA too has to deliver. Plea bargaining takes place and judges advise you to go settle out of court is because the judges too are corrupt. The appointment and promotion mechanism on the bench is also corrupt. Search the NJC. Today, the type of, what's the word now? Corruption in terms of judicial promotion in Abuja is huge and impacts on the quality of judgment delivered. So, Mr. Chairman, the biggest thing you have done is to come here to show transparency. You said corruption thrives when there's. I also say this, I'll add to that, that corruption thrives when there's darkness, when it's hidden. So your coming out here suggests that you really want to fight corruption in partnership with my colleagues. And it's a brilliant thing you have done. I know you met some of my colleagues in Abuja, and that's why the Secretary of the Guild and the Deputy President of the Guild are here. You have to continue, because if you want to work with the media, honestly, the way you have shown, the media will work with you, and Nigeria will be better for it. Thank you for coming. God bless you.
And I will do my best to discharge my duty to the best of my ability, together with the officers of the ICPC. That is why, if people are raising the issue of bias, the issue of all this lie, you cannot prevent people from raising those kind of issues. But one thing I know, that if I satisfy my conscience, I'll go to sleep. And like I said, there is somewhere else that we are going to account somewhere. And that is why I try as much as possible to be fair in what I'm doing. And also God knows what I'm doing, and also know my ability, because the anti-corruption is a very complex and difficult thing. Sometimes getting evidence, getting things is difficult. Even if you're investigating issues, somebody will look like you are targeting you are targeting somebody, or you have a motive, or this thing. So on my own part, I will do my best, and also posterity will judge, because that's the only thing I can say. On the other issue, which like the president said, that the lecture you gave us, and some of the things you raised, I quite agree with you that those are the challenges, and we need to work on them. And in my view, that is why the Constitution is structured in such a way that the Chapter 2, it is left in such a way that is you, the leader, that should strive to ensure that Chapter 2 is realizable. You attain that aspiration: education, healthcare, good environment, all other social amenities. You as a leader, you must think outside the box to ensure that you reduce the poverty level, which I agree with you. The level of poverty is really high, and we need to tackle it, because without tackling the poverty, we will continue to face this challenge of corruption that keeps on coming. And also, we are not justifying or depending the public office holders or the politicians, like you said, that we are saying that there is societal pressure. Like you said, it's a fact. We can't deny it. Myself as ICPC chairman, if I show you the number of text messages people are sending to me every day, you'll be shocked. In fact, I am even thinking that some they have even forgotten that I am the ICPC chairman. Maybe they are thinking that I am chairman of one local government or a state governor, because they will keep on sending. So, and also they will keep on calling, because the number of calls are such that they are unbearable. And we are part of the society. Even if we deny, there is such a thing that even if you deny, is a reality. And I agree that poverty is one of the factors. But also we have to keep on telling people that they need to consider public holders. And also we, the public office holders, also, we need to live a simple life. Because some of us, the way we are living a very larger life, that's why people will keep on patronizing you. But unfortunately, it is also us the Nigerians that are pushing people. Like that member I started an example, he told me that my constituents were telling me that look at this man. He has finished house order, he has an old car. Up to now. So people are even look at you, there are certain things that even if you exhibit as a public officer, people will look at you that is strange. So why? Because it is the society that are pushing people to adopt a life that will put you in trouble. And once you resist, like I said, they will say you are awkward, you are difficult, you know, all these things. And we are all human beings. And that is why we need that support from you, the media, in your own writings, articles, and opinions, and also the public too. They need to support public officers that are transparent, that try to live within their means and within the ambit of the law. But without that, you will find one or two people that because of that, they will derail. Because of that prejudice. That's why always I will raise this issue of prejudice. Last week when I was in Gombe, and I told the chairman, don't allow anybody to put pressure on you to dip your hand in public purse. Let them say whatever they want to say. Because one day you are going to leave. It's better for you to leave, you go home and sleep well, than for you to leave and something to follow up which will not be nice.
Nigerian National Medicine Development Agency, NNMDA, was created in 1997 and backed by Act 2019 to enable the federal government of Nigeria through Federal Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation actualize its critical and strategic mandates to research, develop, document, preserve, conserve, and promote Nigeria's natural medicine defined as indigenous medicine. 4 Director Generals had steered the affairs of the agency since its creation 28 years ago. A new vista, however, opened in the history of the existence of the agency when Martins Emeje, a distinguished pharmacist and professor of nanotechnology, was appointed as the 5th Director General and Chief Executive Officer in May 2023. Before taking on the mantle of leadership at the NNMDA, Professor Martins Emeje was the Chair R&D at the National Institute for Pharmaceutical Research and Development, with many feats on drug formulation and R&D results to his credit.
I deliberately applied for this job. There was advertisement. I applied. I wrote the exam. It was an online exam. Nobody saw anybody. And 1 hour exam online. When you submit your answer sheet, you have a copy of the answer sheet that you have. So I have the copy of the answer that I submitted online that day, and that is my manifesto. So every month, I look at the answers that I submitted, and it guides me in the work that I do. As a researcher and proudly the first and only research fellow in Nigeria who is heading a research institute, I know exactly the problems of R&D in Nigeria, because nobody in Nigeria has or is currently heading a research institute, and he went through the rank and file from being a trainee researcher to an intern researcher, an NYSC researcher, and then a research professor. This is the background that I have.
Call him a round peg in a round hole, and you won't be wrong, as he hit the ground running, leaving a lot of innovations on his trail, achieving great strides in the areas of education, agriculture, and health, thereby raising the bar in R&D in natural medicine for the agency. From May 2023, when he was appointed, within just a few months, 4 oral solid dosage formulation products were unveiled.
My greatest moment actually happened on 8th of March 2024, when the Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Chief Uche Naji, came to Lagos in the campus of NNMDA here to launch 4 oral solid dosage forms. It was not just the first time it was happening in NNMDA, the very first time it was happening in Nigeria. We decided that we will go for education as a major target, as a major KPI. And we went for it aggressively and got accreditation to start a 2-year national diploma in natural medicine. So this agency, for the first time in Nigeria, we now have a school of natural medicine. It's never been heard before. It happened in this administration within these 2 years. Within these 2 years too, because the country saw that we had made explosive advancement in this area, we got upgraded to what we call an awarding body for national skills acquisition in traditional medicine. One of the best medicinal gardens that you can find in Africa right now is in this country, owned by the Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency, and we did it these 2 years. In fact, two of our products that is waiting for Mr. President launching was we got our raw materials from our Nasarawa State Farm in Karo. Nigeria is the largest producer of cassava in the world. Cassava. The only country that competes with Nigeria is Brazil. Yet, Nigeria does not have value-added cassava products. Yet, Nigeria imports starch to make pharmaceutical products. We made a presentation to the National Assembly, and the Senate of our National Assembly supported us. So we went into development of pharmaceutical grade starch. Today, we have pharmaceutical grade starch. In health itself, we have developed and submitted to NAFDAC about 23 different products. 23. And they are all at advanced stage of NAFDAC's regulatory assessment at this point. Now, 3 of such products plus 5 of what we did the previous years is available, and people, because we are a research institution not capacitated or competent by reason of mandate and skilling to do marketing, we do proof of concept, and we wait for entrepreneurs of pharmaceutical industries, nutraceutical industries, food industries to come take them to the market, right? But we also owe, because, like I said, the huge component of the Renewed Hope agenda is that people should be attended to. so that they know that they cannot lose their hope completely in their country. So in this environment, anybody who wants drug for hypertension, for malaria, for erectile dysfunction, for arthritis, for diabetes, for hepatitis, for about at least 8 different disease areas, they come to our pharmacy here to get the drugs.
The past 2 years, under the leadership of Professor Martins Emeje, has seen human capacity development like never before. A development that propelled the agency's researchers into breaking new ground.
This agency had never, in its almost 30 years of existence, had never participated in any local conference where researchers went with work they did in their own laboratory to go make competitive presentation. In our maiden outing, in these 2 years, we won 2 awards. We went out for the first time and we got 2 awards. We took first position and we took third position. That is gold and bronze. When I came, I met researchers that have been here working for 15 years but with 1 degree. And I told them, you can't be a researcher with 1 degree. So I embarked on rigorous and aggressive drive to partner and collaborate with investors. So we went into that. Today, as I'm talking to you, we have at least 13 researchers and of the agency that are doing different postgraduate studies in different universities in Nigeria. I have a staff that was in Zimbabwe for 6 months. Now he has a master's in intellectual property. At least 7 of my staff have gone to India.
Quality assurance has been one of the top priorities of the NNMDA Director General and the accreditation of the agency's laboratory and product development unit for pharmacy internship program by the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria a year ago. Under the watch of Professor Martins Emeje, the agency recently graduated its pioneer pharmacy interns.
I went into nanotechnology or nanosciences after PhD, and I had to go out of the country to train in this area for more than 4 years. So it's an area that I'm keen about. I'm one of the first people, if not the first, in Nigeria to have put in practice nanotechnology. What it has done to me as someone who studied Western pharmacy, which is more like macro study, it is that it has taught me how to manage resources, no matter how simple.
The last 2 years has seen NNMDA signing important memoranda of understanding with reputable academic institutions and other critical stakeholders in the areas of training and laboratory services to Nigerian universities. As part of its advocacy and public enlightenment drive, the agency brought together critical stakeholders in the nation's natural medicine space for a national dialogue on rethinking natural medicine aimed at galvanizing the needed support and political will.
I want the president of Nigeria to just be coming on television and saying that people, natural medicine, no other thing. Natural medicine, let's do our own. Let's do our own. Let him just be saying it. Anytime he's talking to press, let him say it. Because once people know that this is where the president is, this is where his mind is, this is what his body language is, they will start investing in natural medicine.
A turning point for the agency was the resolution of the National Assembly on Natural Medicine Gazette. The visit by the chairman, House Committee on Legislative Compliance, was a further demonstration of the renewed impetus.
We cannot have 160 million people subscribing to something, and then the remaining 40 million people, we now want to say that foreign medicine, what we call allopathic medicine, that is the superior to our natural medicine. No, it's not. So when the House of Representatives passed that resolution, I told myself, I have now achieved. So what I was thinking would take me 4 years to achieve, actually, we got it done in 2 years. And is one of the, so our target has actually increased. The best place to actually functionalize or operationalize Renew Hope agenda, Mr. President, is in the health sector. It's in the health sector. And I always tell people, 2 things that if you have security in it, then you are safe. Food and medicine. Any intervention, any project that we do, that it is not about developing our own indigenous resources, is short-term. It's not sustainable. The only sustainable form of development is indigenous development. So anybody who wants to give me support now, I will just tell you what I want. For example, I want all my staff to live in this compound. If you go to other countries of the world, all these staff of the research institution, they live inside the compound.
Inspiring a new mindset among staff and attitude to work, for the NNMDA Director General, the task of achieving the mandate and the vision of the agency is work in progress.
Human achievements, goal setting, hard work, and dedication have been proven to be some of the elements towards success. The journey of remarkable individuals with lasting impact on the world are often filled with manifold stories, but through determination, they build their lives and make extraordinary contributions. Join me on the story of a trailblazer in business and philanthropy, Aiboje Ag Mokwede, a lawyer turned banker who has done well for himself, made an indelible mark within the banking sector, and has continued in his ambition of touching lives within Nigeria and across Africa. Aiboje Ag Mokwede. Within the Nigerian business space and philanthropy, few names resonate and are respected profoundly. Such is Aiboje Ag Mokwede. If you're just watching, kindly subscribe to our YouTube channel for more great documentaries. Like, share, and comment. Known as a successful business mogul, banker, investor, and a philanthropist who cares about making difference, Ag Mokwede's story is one of hard work, creativity, and a desire to drive positive change across Africa. Born to civil service parents on September 24, 1966, in Ibadan, Oyo State, Nigeria, he hails from Sabongida Ora, Edo State. Aiboje spent his formative years with his parents in Lagos, where he had his primary education at St. Saviour's School. He enrolled into Federal Government College, Kaduna, and at age 16, he was admitted to study law at the University of Benin, where he graduated at a young age of 19 with a law degree, displaying early signs of his exceptional intellect and drive. Called to the Nigerian bar in 1987, he started his career in 1988 as a lawyer at Continental Merchant Bank during his National Youth Service Corps NYSC year. In 1991, he joined Guarantee Trust Bank PLC GT Bank, where he rose to prominence as an executive director. His big moment came in 2002 when he led the acquisition of Access Bank, turning it from a small regional bank into a big player, a banking powerhouse in the industry. Throughout his career, Ike Mokwede has taken on different leadership roles, including Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Access Bank until December 2013. He later became President of the Nigerian Stock Exchange and retired in 2017, but remains on the National Council. Bowing out of Access Bank, he was given a befitting send-off.
No man or combination of men could transform what we met in Access Bank in 2002 into what would cause this type of people to come and celebrate today. It's not possible.
His foresight and managerial acumen have brought him chairmanship and directorial roles in prominent organizations such as African Finance Corporation, Associated Discount House Limited, Petrolon Energy, among others, thereby contributing greatly to their growth and sustainability. Hard work, they say, pays. Igboje Mokwede's hard work earned him many awards and honors. He received the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2009, conferred with Commander of the Order of the Niger CON in 2011 by the then President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, during his administration for contributing to banking and finance. As a visionary leader, he was installed into the E&Y World Entrepreneurs Hall of Fame in 2011 as the EY West Africa Entrepreneur of the Year and named African Banker of the Year in 2013. These amounting to how much others values his leadership and ideas. He got honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria. Beside his work, Ige Mokwede also gives back to society. This philanthropist is involved in efforts to improve governance and healthcare across Africa through his Ige Mokwede Foundation, making a positive impact on people's lives. He initiated the Adopt a Healthcare Facility program in 2019, and he is the chairman of ABC Health and director of the Private Sector Health Alliance of Nigeria. He is the founder of Chairman of Coronation Capital Limited since 2015 and has contributed to the growth of the Coronation ecosystem. Coronation Capital Limited, with other arms of its businesses, also bettered Coronation Art Gallery in Lagos on the 13th of May 2022, a platform for showcasing exceptional works of art that embodied the essence of cultural significance and artistic expression. Igboje Mokwede founded Coronation Art Gallery with the vision of democratizing art foster appreciation and understanding for the artistic world and making it accessible to a wider audience.
Bumi Augusto is, I knew Bumi when she was born. I know her parents, and I know all her siblings. She's a beautiful, wonderful, gifted Nigerian artist, and just like many of the others here. The piece behind me is a triptych, long throats, all up to longer throats. I actually thought that I was going to caption this collection. You know, this is really a microcosm of my entire collection, but I was going to capture it longer throats because this represents a lot of this collecting I did during COVID. Many of these pieces actually were not in Nigeria. I brought them home. I'll tell you something. I'm known for collecting masters, you know, the Enwonwus and the Yusuf Grillos and so on. I still do, okay? And I kind of stuck to that genre of classic. Those are the people who, when I was growing up, as I told you, those are the people who were my parents, either just older than them or contemporaries. So I grew up knowing these artists as my uncles, okay? So my first collecting was, you know, from works, you know, done by masters like that. After a while, you know, these works are really priced in. But Bumi Augusto, you know, her works, you know, which may appear even a bit pricey now, in 10 years' time, you know. So this is also hosted by Coronation, which are companies that are all about wealth creation. So there's also the investment angle. I don't collect for investments, but, you know, with all that these great Nigerian and African artists, the young ones, have been doing, and the way their prices have been rising, you know, I've got to focus on investments now.
He collaborated with the Nigerian Civil Service to digitalize work processes and public service delivery in October 2021. Recognizing 43 public servants at the 2022 Civil Service Award ceremony on behalf of the Ige Mokwede Foundation with an encouragement of cash prize worth 500,000 naira for each awardees.
It is my understanding that annually 43 public servants will be recognized in this fashion, and so with effect from the 2022 Civil Service Awards ceremony, on behalf of the Ige Mokwede Foundation, we will be putting an endowment with effect from this award session, whereby each awardee receives a cash prize of 500,000 naira. And in the interest of digital culture, the credits will go directly to your accounts.
Among his many certifications, affiliations, and fellowships, Ige Mokwede holds Triumph MBA from the London School of Economics, New York University, and HEC Paris. He attended an executive management program at Harvard Business School in the year 2000, and he is a member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, also appointed to the International Advisory Board of Oxford University's Blavatnik School of Government. Ige Mokwede is a honorary fellow of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria and had received an honorary doctorate of science from Olabisi Onabanjo University in 2018. Also honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria last year in a groundbreaking ceremony.
If the operators of our markets, of a nation's capital markets, are properly resourced in terms of skill, capacity, and conduct, nothing can stop that nation and its citizens from leaving the tarmac
and moving from third world to first world. Nothing can stop it. The correlation between the advancement of financial markets and the advancement of national economies is perfect. It's not almost, it is perfect. And so, you understand why I have tied myself to the future of this market and why I have tried from the very word go that my voice was heard to get the public sector and the elite within the private sector to understand that we cannot ignore this market.
Igboje is the first African co-chairman of the Global Business Coalition on Health and chairman of the Friends of the Global Fund, Africa. The business mogul has made significant donations to the Global Fund. He is the vice chairman of the Global Citizen Nigeria and creator of the Nigerian Solidarity Support Fund. There is always a story, or say many stories, behind every success, and this Ig Imokwede has shared in a book called Leaving the Tarmac, Buying a Bank in Africa, Red Door 2020. In it, he talked about how he and others turned Access Bank into a major success, showing his determination and vision.
On a personal note, I think the first thing is that I left Access Bank. I retired as CEO in 2013. And I knew that I needed time off just to recharge my battery, so to speak. I didn't think I would have more than a year and a half before my perpetual motion character, kind of took over once again. And so I wanted to use that period as productively as possible. So I had a year and a half, and what better to do in a year and a half, than write a book. And for me, it was an opportunity, for posterity to tell the story to my children in a structured sense, because before then, I just hadn't had the opportunity to sit down with my kids and say, this is what I did today, or this is what I did yesterday, and these are the highs and the lows of this journey. Herbert and I went through a hell of an experience between 2002 and 2013, and for him, that experience has continued. We learned so much, we were exposed to so many things. We had really, really great mountains that we climbed. We scaled some pretty high heights and so on. And in a sense, it would be very selfish of us to, lock this up in a box and not share it with others, because I think our experience, can be used by any other person who has an ambition to go out there and do, whatever it is they seek, whatever it is they dream about. And so the notion of writing for posterity and recording this period in my life, and probably more important, the notion of preparing a way for others, those are the things that drove me to write the book.
Ig Imokwede, former managing director of Access Bank Group, returns to lead Access Holdings, replacing Abubakar Jimo. His return after a decade aims to realize the shared vision of the late co-founder, Herbert Wigwe. Access Holdings PLC, trading under the Access Corp ticker on the Nigerian exchange, began to feel Igboje's progressive impact as its stock value increased by 1.52% following his appointments as chairman. Igboje Ig Imokwede is back again. Ig Imokwede is married to Ofovwe Ig Imokwede and has 4 children, namely Ohiozoje, Aima, Morenike, and Renown. He has been able to balance his family life with his professional achievements, setting an example as a leader and role model to many. He is an ordained minister of the Promised Land Ministry. In the annals of Nigerian business history, his story stands out, showcasing the power of vision, perseverance, and giving back to the community. From his humble beginnings to global recognition, he inspires others to dream big and make a difference. His legacy remains as he continues to make strides in business and philanthropy.
We
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.